I think we are pretty good. Well, Colin, I hope you're good. I hope you had a good Tuesday. It is Wednesday, as far as I know. We have some half news. We have some pretty okay news, and we have some news, and we have some bad news. But the bad news are not directly linked, so we are okay. But still, bad, very bad news. And a lot of people are not taking the bad news seriously, which is kind of fun to me. They should. They don't. But that's what happened. That's what happened. Let me see if I can do that before I popped in, because it's gonna make more sense if I do that first, even though you can't see anything, which makes a lot of sense. But nonetheless, we have something to launch on the other end, as always, the Twitter likes thingy. I didn't go through it today, so we probably have something like 100-ish something to review, take a look at, and so on. Nonetheless, the good news is the Mom UI kit is almost done, as the title implies today. We are, well, I would say 95% of the way there. There are still some things that I'm like, I don't like it. I need to change, need to update some of that because it's not as good. Cybersect, hi, welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? It is still hot, so I'm still dying. Everything is fine. It's been 95% of the way there for the past 2 months. Yes. The main issue, the main thing that I've seen is that it has been, or it is currently at 95 from my point of view, because there are some new issues that I didn't take into consideration in the first place that are pushing back some of the release dates that I had in my head. So that's a bad thing. Also, I just noticed that this is not working. let me let me let me update that real quick. Um, that's probably gonna be better. I don't know if the rest is now kind of fucked as well. That technically didn't go through. Oh, that's the reason. Oh, don't tell me this is the case. I launched this earlier and then my computer kind of died. So the PC technically kind of died, and then things were fucked. But sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't work. Apparently today it doesn't work. God damn it. It technically works. It technically works. Just is not picking up things. We good. We good. It's fine. It's fine. It's the PC. We don't care. So yeah, the 95% is basically because I've been missing some things, and by the fact I'm working on it, I'm discovering things that I'm missing that I wasn't planning on missing, obviously. But we have a better starting point for the landing page. The thing that we had in mind in the first place was to follow the original landing page that I have made 2.5 years ago now, almost 3 years ago, I think. So having the same ID with the floating elements and so on the header is the goal. So now we have something that is similar with a bit more tacky wording and copy for the content that is in there. All of these, as always, are going to be interactable elements, so you can play with things if you want. Not that it matters or does anything, but it's just like you can. So that's the good news. That is the good news. When we compared to this one, same thing. All of these were 100% editable, usable, and you could have like some tiny animations here and there to just play with them. All of that was the plan. And also that was hidden in there. I will probably re-add that useless web link. Anything under that was very small, like just text, nothing really presented, and then some things about the variables, something about the icons, and then the pricing. And now we have the icons floating around, some of the data as well, some presentation for the components themselves. But because these are coded components, we can then play with them and have like some more interactive elements. So that's pretty cool. Same thing for the icons because it makes sense. And then font and tokens are in there. More icons because it's the foundation of the landing page and foundation of the kit. And then the pricing, same thing, same ID. These cards are massive. I will probably make them a bit slimmer because why not? But it's more expensive now. So that's the plan. That's where we are, which is pretty good. We have most of the things, and as mentioned, that's still working. So we still have access to this entire thing. Um, all of the icons are in there. All of the icons are now blurred and bad because PNGs. So that's the reason. Except the line one, because the line one are the one that you can potentially just select everything, download everything if you wanted to. So that's the ID. It's working, it's good. And then the docs is where I still need to work on things because there are still things that are kind of open, and I don't want that. So we'll see when I can figure that out, but it's not going to be right now. We have a pretty good system so far. I made sure to have the keyboard navigation as well so that you can use keyboard controls to move around, which is like pretty necessary in most of the things. The issue that I have so far is things like this. This is the native basic arc, um, aka Chromium based focus rings, and we have some dedicated focus rings that have been done that we need to use, but apparently I forgot. So that's that is the issue that we have right now. And then we'll see when, if that happens, if I can figure it out. But yeah, the descriptions underneath is just not good enough. There is something about it that just is too much for me in terms of what is presented. So I don't necessarily like that. But today I added the IR labels slash keyboard navigation system descriptions because I forgot to put them in. So now it's in there. It's going to be useful. This section is bad. That section is good, but it's not working. So there is a ton of thing that needs to be adapted here, and that's why it's like 5% done. But as far as Monday, or last Monday, we had the entirety of the package working, the Cloudflare worker working, the domain registry working as well, the license key for the people that have a license, which is not all of the buyers just yet, is working, which is pretty good. And that overall is a good news. It's a good news. It's not the best news, but it's a good news. It's going in the right direction. We have most of the things organized and done. And then what's missing is just like teeny tiny text changes, alignments. Like this section is a bit empty. It's a bit empty. And it would benefit from having like a bit of a better layout, a better presentation, something more interactive, maybe more components, less components. I don't know yet. But that's to be checked. But that is good thing so far. Because I'm using Stoney's account, feels work on it. That's a lot of emojis and emotes at the same time. Welcome on in. How are you? How's the day going? How's everything? How's the Yolko server switch thingy that you were doing last week, did that go well? I feel like it probably already done and already is good since last week, but I didn't ask. Um, Actually, I'm sorry about that. Um, I'm sorry about that. Also, hi, recording. I said hi in my head, but not out loud because shit happens. It's it's yeah. You're not the only one that has your PC slash Twitch crashes when someone is watching here. So uh, yeah, I don't know. May be happening. Nonetheless, on top of that, I also did or finished the icon thing that I was doing last stream on Monday. Have a good coffee. So now not all of them, most of these icons are good in solid form. They still have some issues, and I'm still debating some things in the sense that instead of having this with the build that we currently have, it might make a lot more sense to just do a similar build, but not exactly the same. So I'm gonna see if that's the case, but nonetheless, the build is okay and will probably help us to get something out of the woodworks really fast, really soon. So that's a maybe. That's a maybe. But yeah, like this type of thing is the type of potential activities that needs to happen as well. And why is shift not working? Shift is not working as well. But small details. Small details, small thing that needs to be updated here and there. I have made changes there to have like similar actions, similar things where the keyhole is a hole compared to the other one where obviously they are inverted. So that's cleaned up. Most of the other things have been cleaned up as well. The realization here is the fact that I've made the bold icons with a line width of 2. And when you are going into the icons here and you put your line width at 2, you basically end up with something that is very much similar for some of the things. So if we're going arrows, for example, they are kind of the same width. And if you look at solid, in order to make them stand out, I made them 2.5, so they are teeny tiny bits thicker. Not much, but just a small amount thicker from what they had here. And I'm not sure if it's not. I'm not sure it's enough. That's what I'm saying. Like if I'm here and I have my all of my icons that are at 1 point, and then you switch to the solid one and it's just 2, that's fine. But if you're already using the 1.5, which is the default, which most people would use, and you switch to 2 and saying that this is the actual bold icon or solid icons, I feel like this is not necessarily a good thing. So might change this. Might have a bit of a work on that, but it's gonna be fine nonetheless. It's simple. It's okay. No issues with that. We'll see when things happen and when everything is gonna be working. Nonetheless, this is pretty good news. This is good progress so far. There are still things that need updates, and again, because I'm currently using Stoney's account for clothes, I don't want to overuse it. It's great. I'm grateful that there is sharing of tokens, but yeah, I don't want to burn through the entire thing. So we'll see. Also, I just noticed that these are emojis. These are not the things in question that needs to be there. Like the proper thing. Anyways, So these are tiny thing, and then that thing at the top is supposed to be at the bottom of the page, and it is at the bottom of the page at times, but for some fucking reason, sometimes it's just popped at the top, and I don't know. And I don't know. And now I just saw that, which is also one of the thing that I'm like, this is not good. So, you know, the reason why I'm saying it's not good is because this is supposed to be the paid stuff. So you're not supposed to have access to the CSS because that's the main point. I'm selling the CSS. God damn. So there's still a lot to do. That's gonna be the thing. Security and so on. So I don't know. I don't think 94. I think 95. I think still 95. um, if I do the thing that I want to do, it's at 12%. If I do the thing that Stony and Jerome wants me to do, which is like just publish the thing, we are at 95%. What I want to do is add a new set of icons because there is a fifth one that I now have the ability to do. Also change the design of some things where, like, for example, if I go back into the buttons, if I go back into the buttons because it's the easiest to showcase the changes that I have in my head. If that loads, god damn. So if we take the non-default kind of XL/large is the default officially, that medium is what we use most of the times with, whatever. So this is the, you're not making it. This is the regular button, how it looks, and so on. And if I were to just be me right now and changing some of the design choices that I have made so far, it would go towards something that is probably going to be somewhere around here and somewhere either with no squircling, just because people are kind of fed up with the squirclings things, but we can keep it just for the sake of the presentation right here. And there is some issues with the styling on its own. The highlight at the top is attached strong. The shadow at the bottom with the bevel is attached strong as well. And it might be easier for me to just like harden them or do something a bit more like if it was 1.5 here and 1.5 there. So it's just like a sliver of something at the top and a sliver of something at the bottom to get the effect. And on top of that, because I am still myself, that hasn't changed, I would probably, just have a bit of a noise grain thing added to that element, probably with a density of 100%, which is what we have here. And instead of being like a tile, being just a fill, it just get that teeny tiny thing. And with that, somehow, either an overlay or a screen, I think overlay would be the best option for this thing. And then you can have that at like 24%, 20%, something like this, just to get yourself a slight amount of texture in that button that just makes it more interesting, more fun, more whatever. So that's the type of teeny tiny changes that I would probably had, and obviously right now it's not the case. So like that's one of the thing. And then I also want to provide the ability, which is not the case again, to potentially do something like this if you wanted to. Like right now, this is it's feasible, but it's not like the easiest thing to do in the CSS. So in order to, make it usable and useful, then that probably needs to happen as well. So we'll see. But yeah, there are teeny tiny changes in the components themselves that I'm like, yeah, it would make more sense to have. Um, Other than that, yeah, I would. I also think about this. Um, I'm thinking about potentially creating another style, like as Stony and Jerome have been saying as well. Like this one, if I release it, it's one style. It's done. It's the first version, and we're done with it, and we don't have to think about it too much. And the polishing and so on, not necessarily something that I need to concern myself with. But then creating like an alternative version based on the same thing, like the 2.0 or a different system in there with a bit more customization, same icons because they would work, but different styling, different component system potentially here instead of having that this way we get like a, I don't know, I'm going to say something that is bad, but maybe we do this instead. that's not what I that's not what I want. But like maybe that's the type of shit that I will potentially do as a thing. So we'll see. It's not right now. It's not defined. I don't know yet. I still need to go through the entire thing, and then once I went through the entire thing, then we good, and we can talk about the future of the project later. But nonetheless, good progress so far. Uh, Most of the things are good. The landing page in light mode is good-ish. Not my favorite, but still working. I like, as always, the grid in the background. I like Thindal. Hi, we're calling. I like the icons in the edges, and it's making sense. Congrats on lending. Goddamn. So that means that I'm lending right after, right? That's the usual. And yes, I mean the stream title is about the current project, so yes, that makes sense. For once, yes, yes. Depsy, you are missing the target by a hair. It is crazy. um, Tinder, I'm pretty good. I'm tired as always. It's hot for me, not that much, but it's hot. Goddamn. Uh, I'm still winning. It's a landing pad. So apparently everyone that wants to just land can land, except Napshi because why not? But the thing that happens is if so far from months of testing, if Phil's land, the next person are landing, but either, I mean, most of the time they don't land closer to the center and they don't win. And today is the first time that I did go closer to the center, which is crazy. It's the first. It's the first. It needs to happen at once, but so far, with our very rigorous testing, it feels lands. Everyone else is landing, roughly, or at least I am landing most after. Yeah, I we've seen something like this again once or twice. Um, I don't think we've ever seen 100%, like a 100 point. Think I think the biggest we've seen was Larkham at 99.8. Uh, And that was kind of crazy. I don't remember if we have. Um, I don't remember if we have the leaderboard in here. Let me check. It is. It is. It is. Top scores. Yeah. We don't have. Uh, even weekly and fucking. I know it was somewhere, you know. Um, but apparently we can't see shit. Oh my god. Yeah, well, no. The top score is just like not no showcase for some reason. Is it because sometimes it's just like it's considered as if it was ads and it's crazy? But yeah, no, that's not it. That is not it. Anyways, you could have made it, actually, if you had like a small amount of not that. See here, I'm not lending. That's like there's no question. I'm not lending. There I ah ah. What are we doing today? That is a good question. We have Hugo. Hi, welcome in. We have some things going on in the icon section, which is pretty good, but it's not exactly done. We have most of the component set up in the code, which is good. I still have some issues with the obfuscation of the CSS because it is what I'm selling. So if you still have the ability to just go within the docs and say, let me just extract the code, and then you get all the entirety of the CSS, that's not going to be good. So the sad part of this is that I have a feeling that this is going to need to be server-side rendering for the landing page for the docs section, and I don't think it's a good idea. Because the main point of this thing is to showcase how good a CSS first, vanilla JS first, like something that can be no runtime, just native browser, always rendered UI kit is uh, is good, and having it be a server-side rendering for the landing page sounds like it is counterintuitive. So I don't know, but it might be the only option that I have in order to safely not give you access to, the usual where you're like, oh yeah, let me just get into the buttons and get into my mom button thing, and then you have that CSS, and you say, oh yeah, let me just click on that, get access to the CSS in question. And based on the fact that you're here, you probably understand that there is also in that system a lot of other things like the shared components, the system stuff, and so on, that you'd be able to just extract one by one. So that's the thing. I don't know. And I don't really know exactly how server-side rendering things would help or make things better and safer. Wild statement. Uh, but yeah, that's so today is a bit of a thinking day where we decide if something is good. But again, as I mentioned, because I'm currently using Stony's uh, Claude account, I don't want to burn through all the tokens. I looked at the usage and it just doesn't make sense. So I'm gonna wait a bit for Stony to wake up, maybe at some point one day, and then ask because basically I woke up, I kind of worked on this. We were at like 56% usage for the weekly usage. And then I checked after and it's still at 56 after almost a full day of usage where I probably burned through 500,000 tokens. So, you know, uh, I I want to know if on his side there is some more data that I don't have access to, or some other things that just make sense because we're still at 56, and it doesn't make any sense. I did. The thing is, the thing that Copilot is currently doing is the exact same thing that Cursor used to do. And the reason why I used Cursor in the first place, because Cursor was doing a per request, like X amount of request per month available, because at the beginning it was kind of cheap and it was okay. And then they switched to usage-based pricing because it doesn't make sense if you have one request that use 5 million tokens and one request that use 200 tokens, very rare, 2,000 tokens, then it would have been the same price on their ends. So they wanted to kind of split that. And Copilot was the last of the AI provider that was providing request based or request amount based. Uh, and what's currently happening is the fact that now that it's usage based and that the partnership that Microsoft has with Anthropic and the other labs isn't as good, we end up with things that are costing so much. And I have seen some numbers. I don't know if your numbers are different. I'm guessing probably they are. But yeah, the price seems to be going up and up and up and up and sometimes up and then a bit more up than that. So I get it. I understand. But going back to some of the things that have happened uh, in in here and some of the things that I have not chatted about, but kinda. Like the fact that people have been complaining about it is kind of fun for me. I get it. And what I've been saying is that I want the price to go much higher than this, and so that everyone is just forced to go into local models instead, and uh, and then these companies are just probably gonna just die, which is kind of fun for me. If we can run the models locally, or at least as a cluster of people that have access to like one server that is self-hosted by someone and the inference is on that server specifically, or if you have your own machine, it's just a good thing. I don't like the NVIDIA Spark and their newest one, the latest teeny tiny one. I feel like the chip that is going into the laptops, I feel like it's just I don't know why. I have a bad feeling about it. I can't really explain it, but the fact that it's Nvidia in the background and that they have some sort of a habit of degrading some of their products with software updates instead of naturally happening. I don't know. I don't know. We'll see. But it's a good start. Um, the Spark and the one that we had before the box, like the tiny golden box that they have. Eh, yeah. I mean, it is. The Spark is kind of consumer device installed. And I'm guessing, again, this is just a guess. I'm guessing this is also going to be something that is going to be installed within the GPUs if they keep doing GPUs, because that might not happen. Um, but yeah, it we have the same. I think we had a discussion similar to that last week. Uh, I really have no money related understanding, not because I'm rich as fuck, but because uh, the money is just money, and that's how it costs, how much it costs, and that's about it. And I'm just used to Japanese prices that are in the thousands to million in currency value. And therefore, when you tell me like it's 4.5K, and I'm like, okay, cool, that's fine. Because if I buy that in Japan, it's probably gonna be like, I don't know, 700,000, 700K. I'm like, so that hits different. Also, Dota, work on it. But nonetheless, yes, going back to what you said earlier about the usage thing of you using it for 1 hour and then having burned through 17% of your monthly thing, it's the exact same thing as when Claude slash design popped up and they had everyone can use it, and I sent 4 messages, four, on a Friday, and it told me, you've reached your limit. It will reset next Friday. Four messages. If it feels the same. It feels the same. And then going back to your other message of using local LLM and not having the GPU memory that needs to be happening. Yeah, I get that. I've been trying to run things, and the what can I run is a good potential source of thing. You know, right now the thing that I'm looking for is the M5 with 128 gigs. That's the next upgrade that I don't have a choice. Like I need that. No, uh, no other option because I need to run things locally. And that is going to be pretty useful and pretty good. But this is also 5K in euros, so it's gonna be a pain in the ass. It's yeah. Right now, I'm currently running on an M1 uh, Ultra. No, M1 Pro. Yes, I got an M1 Pro with I think 10 cores and 32 gigs, and these things are not running at the fucking amount of token byte per second that they are saying it runs at. So yeah. Um so we'll see. We'll see. But yeah. Um and then I'm reading those messages about uh I think the average person will not be able to run their, or will not go to the length of running things locally. I don't think they know that this is an option, first of all. But also, one of the important thing that I see as well is that the people and the companies that are building devices that can run stuff locally without having to take care of the inference are going to be the people that win in the end in that AI race thingy. So everyone from Nvidia, everyone from TSMC, everyone from Micron as well, not exactly, but kinda, and everyone from Apple is probably going to be the type of people that wins because they are building the devices that will be able to run things locally. So your iPhone and your Android phone having like a chip that is dedicated to that action that ensure that 99% of the requests are done on device with potential tool calling to get to the web if necessary. And then if the task that is requested by the user is too big, then it offset for subscription online to some of the what they call frontier models on like servers and so on, because there is like more computes there. But I doubt that this is going to be like the direction. And if, and not necessarily if, most likely when that's happening, I fear that the on-device locally running things are going to be demoted in terms of capabilities, so that users will be like, oh yeah, well, I can't do that locally, like this is not going to work, so I'm going to need the subscription. So that might be the case, even though everything that the user is going to ask is probably going to be um like working on device. But yeah, I think most machines are probably going to cost the same with like inflation and shit happening. But I think the subscription model is what capitalism is breeding right now, because um it's just like you pay maybe less, maybe you're right, maybe a bit less. You pay, let's say I'm a Mac user, so I pay a lot more than most people for a computer. Don't worry about it. You pay 4K for your computer. And then on top of that, you will have like the iCloud subscription that is $200 a year for data and shit, which doesn't exist. You are in the ecosystem and so on. And then you will have probably will with the Apple One subscription or the Apple AI, Apple Intelligence subscription on top of that, you will probably have something like a 15 to $20 a month to get access to the Apple backed servers things. But at that point, I feel like most things are supposed to be running on device and not in the cloud. So yeah, yeah, I I do, as well as someone that has an app with subscription. I recognize that the apps that I have that are not subscription based are not bringing in as much money as the others. Like that's the plan. That's always the plan. But um, I mean, they're not bringing in money anyways. Most of my apps don't bring money whatsoever. But this one being a one-time payment, there is no certainty of what needs to happen. God damn, that
M4X
post.
Land Zero is now following.
Max Lando, I guess. Welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Is your name related to Formula One? If that's the case, that's funny. But I guess that's not the case. Welcome on in. So this is not bringing a lot of money, obviously, as a monthly thing, and the other one can. Um, it is same thing, making like $50 as well, um, on the monthly basis, but this one is more of a subscription, and you can see that. And if I go into, I forgot if we have the range. If I go into lifetime, I made like $500 exactly, 507. And mainly 507 because that person here decided to buy the app. So, like that's the thing. But on a monthly basis, it is roughly stable at like 20 to $40 ish, which is not much because I don't care. But it is still like something in there, which is, it's fine. Um, so this one is more predictable than this one, which is to me kind of the same. Like I've made $300 on this one, but it's sporadic, and it again, the months of April I had nothing. The months of May I had one. Um, so it's just like teeny tiny. Eh, eh, eh. Uh, Stony, hi, welcome on in. This is crazy. This is the this is crazy. 300 stream streaks is a crazy number. Oh my god. Oh my god. Holy fuck. That's a lot. That is a lot. That is that is a lot. Uh, Appreciate it. Well, come on in. Um, Nonetheless, that's the thing. At least for me, it's I do understand that the subscription model is what is going to be ensuring revenue on a monthly basis, kinda, not really, but kinda. Mainly because it goes with the what I call the gym subscription paradox, where there is a lot more subscribers and people that have a gym subscription that don't go there, and so that's the thing. Kind of, hi, welcome in. How are you? How you been? How's the day going? Am I? I'm not. I am. I'm not. No, my fucking the PC is dead again. Uh, um, so that thing is also like a bit of a predatory, in my eyes, behavior from the companies where you are expecting your users to forget about you and to be like, oh yeah, cool. So let's buy a yearly subscription and then hope for the best and get the people just forget, not have a reminder, and then they just get the subscription renewed at the end of the year or something like this. So that's eh. For me, it's not really good, but I also understand like the basic concept about it. So I I understand. I understand why the subscription is going to be there. So going back to the beginning of the discussion, I do think that some of the initial cost of devices is potentially going to decrease by subsidizing through subscription models the same way that Apple has been able to, weirdly enough, make their last two computers be a lot less expensive than others.
Bad, Aoa, bad.
Can I think you have points? Welcome back with the points. God damn. Don't don't aesthetic and glitch at the same time. That doesn't work. That's bad. That's bad. um Nonetheless, so that's a thing. If we go back to Apple as the usual, because that's the it can't work together. That's it. That is for next week, by the way. This is going to be interesting for me, not interesting for you. But the MacBook Neo have been an impressive device for the price. It is going to cost $599 instead of $499. And they are removing the base option. So I think it goes from $599 to $699 as a default starting point. Now I think that's their plan. But Apple is providing the iCloud services, the Apple One, the Apple TV, Apple Music, and so on. All of that is subsidizing kinda the cost of the devices in a way that makes it more interesting for us. Not necessarily good, but interesting for us. Um, and we'll see. I'm not I'm not doing I didn't see the French. Sorry, it went through. Let me sorry, I clicked on the link. God damn it. I was supposed to send you to the French website as well. It would have been so good. Let me faire d'HFR this. No, I can't do this. God damn it. This is crazy. Good. Now you have the French store, so you can also have fun with this. Nonetheless, this is pretty good. Have good luck. Um, the I do think that the price and the cost of things is going to go down a bit, but not too much. And uh, and this is going to be a useful thing, but it's also going to mean that the power of um, uh, like the device itself is going to be gated behind a subscription for something. I do feel like that's a thing. So Mm. Um, oh my God, Stony, you need to publish things, not be me and work on 60,000 different projects at a time. It doesn't. Yeah, just publish the thing. And the fact that this is one of their points is also a good thing, right? Because they imply, in a way, that this is going to work for AI and so on, and therefore, based on the fact that this is going to cost me one testicle and a arm, probably, it's yeah, not research and science, no. Denny, hi, welcome in. You switch back to Arc. That seems like a good idea. I've been seeing Zen just blatantly copying Arc and be like, that's brand new. And it's exactly the same thing. The reason for this is because the designer from Arc has been hired by Zen. So, yes, but still, it doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Nonetheless, so that I think that concludes the segment in a way where I do feel like you will have a lot of people that will probably run things locally, but as always, the people that have the skills and the people that have the willpower to put things on a local device like self-hosting and so on is a very small portion of the population. And the rest of the population, which is what I used to be, I am more willing to self-host now than I used to, mainly because convenience. And now that I know how easy, air quote on this one, it is, I am more willing to go through the hassle of self-hosting even if it's like a small thing, like my mini PC in the attic that is just running a super base instance, an N88 instance, and Tailscale just to have access to things as a self-hosted version is like easier than paying the subscription. But this is also coming from the fact that uh, I am now unemployed for the past 3 years, and my bank account is screaming, and therefore I am more willing to not use my bank account and use something else instead. That was on point. On point. Um, both basically, but the thing is, I'm unemployed and self-employed, but I don't have a lot of clients, and therefore, yeah, goddamn, today is the day. It's the second time that I'm lending today. You can't drop and drop again, Dapshi. It's one per target. One drop per target. If I drop, does Phil drop as well? I don't think so, based on the angle, unless you bounce. Or you might miss it by a hair. Not a hair. But yeah, no, it's not employed. And I've had a freelance client last month, which was pretty good. It helped the bank account for that month specifically, but it doesn't help for the rest of the month. So that's yeah. Maybe if you have more coffee, yes. Maybe. We never know. We never know. Um yeah, we talked about that exactly last stream, Danny. We looked at this and we said this is a very interesting system. It's using the book thing, but we don't like this because this is not how a book happens to be. That not a thing. And the fun part is that the moleskin thing that they are using is the one that I have here. So I have the real thing in front of me, so I know how it bends and opens and shit because I'm using that on a weekly basis. But it's a cool concept. I'm not gonna lie. It's a cool concept. It's a nice presentation. Um, but just that is wrong. That is wrong. But it's fine. We like it. We like it. But yeah, like that roundness here. Mm-mm. And it's easily fixable, to be honest. It's just like not the same. But they have like a very good website and presentation and showcase. So yeah, Lone Trotter. Hi, welcome in. How are you? How is your day going? Does it count as tactile and therefore anti-eye trend? Kinda, yeah. It's probably made with AI. The component itself was probably something that came up because uh, the person now has access to some AI thing, but they are using that as a system to help them create stuff, like me. But yeah, I get it. I get it. We have them. We talked about it like last week, and it was right there. And it goes in the exact same realm as this one, which is a concept, not real, but concept of in Apple Music or Spotify or whatever, the jacket and the sleeve of the disc and music that you are listening to, the more you're listening to, it would weather out. So if you are very much liking that vinyl, for example, you would have a bit of like the edges, the angles, because you're putting in and out of the shelf. This would be a very interesting thing, and we talked about that the same way that we talked about the leather button that happened to be kind of popular last year. I think. Um, but yeah, most of the content is kind of the same thing. A lot of people are trying to get into shit that looks like this, where we have some very organic and natural looking things, even though again, probably generated with AI based on the fact that layout and presentation and so on, because it's easier, but also mostly because designers now have access to things that allow them to do this. Like I was not able to do that 3 years ago, and now that I can, mm, you know. Um, yeah, I forgot. I think maybe I forgot who did that. I know that August responded, and I forgot if it's this August or that August. I'm gonna say it's this one. Um, maybe. I think I liked the post, but not. Yeah, they. I think that's the thing. Um, right now, it's one of the things that I haven't really replied to or talked about on stream mainly, but the reason why I have this good understanding of light, of physics, of rendering of things, the vinyl thing that I was complaining about last week or last Monday, the peeled paper, the thing that I have also that I'm just like mentioning often as this is a mistake from designer, is because I have a foundation in drawing and a foundation in understanding the physical world and transferring that into a piece of paper first. And not in the sense that I have gone through real training. I have, but not really, but kind of, but I have. But more in the sense that I've done some like drawing classes. I went through art school, even though not directly. Um, and I have a better understanding. So right now, if you are thinking about taking on learning how to draw by hand to be like NTAI and so on, you will end up with skills that are necessary for you to understand layouts, organization, presentation, composition when it comes to like UI and so on, but also for illustrations and stuff. So I would recommend you to do so and just go there. Use things like this is gonna be bad. I knew it was in the middle of a video. Things like Proco, for example, is I thought if it's 2Ks. No, it's just one. Proco has a very good overall channel if you haven't looked at them. A lot of people in the art community don't really like Proco for a lot of reasons. I don't give a shit. The content is good enough for beginners. I feel like it's a good option. There is also someone else that I like, which is Product Designer Maker, which is giving you a lot of very, very, very basics understanding of creating shapes. And most of these things that are in there are what I trained in. So, it's a very good thing. Like I highly recommend this entire thing. So yeah. And Tyndall, this is not like personal at all. I talk about that all the time, and I'm as open as it needs to be about it. Me, extremely expensive. Most people, pretty fine. I will go in details in that in a second. So Pro Designer Maker is really good. It ends up helping you with things like understanding perspective, understanding how shape works. There is something that they call the box model, which is basically everything is a box, and that presentation here is the true representation of that. When you start with a cube and then you blur the edges and you blur the edges and you blur the edges to the point where you end up with a sphere. But if you look closely, you still have the foundational cube or box within this thing to have like the concentric, the placement and so on. So I would highly recommend you Product Designer Maker because it's really good. It's very small, like it's 186 videos, and a lot of them are like 3 minutes, 1 minute. Some of them are really long, as in 20 minutes plus, but a lot of them are just like 3 minutes things, and it's good. So highly recommend that. We talked about that on my own channel about 3, 4 years ago now, I think. And some people have been complaining in the comments on one of the rendering. Do we have I forgot if it's this one or if it's another one, but we had a thing with 3D rendering that we talked about, and I think it's this one, where I basically gave some sort of a advice on how to draw a thing, but it's not in there, or it's not like the easiest thing. I know I have a comment on there. That's the reason why I'm saying this. Nonetheless, I would highly recommend you to go into traditional drawing and things. Thindle, to answer your question, what's the monthly cost of living in Japan in euros? It really depends. For me, it was about and again, remember, this is for me, so you can divide that by 2, and that's going to be the regular price. I was spending, because I'm not in Japan anymore, I was spending roughly 3K a month, but I'm also regularly spending 3K a month everywhere. So like in France as well as Japan, as any countries, like that's my baseline. There are months at 6K, there are months at 2, but most of the time I'm around like the 3.5 to I let's say 4. So realistically, something like 1.5K a month is fine. Living in Tokyo specifically, and I know that in your next messages you are saying like not Tokyo specifically. We have places that are the rent in question is like 300 bucks a month, and it's good. You just need to figure out how to get these flats, these types of things. The food is cheaper. The like everything is kind of, when you're coming from or with euros, everything is kind of cheap, or it seems like it's cheap. When you are living with yen and like the Japanese currency, everything is kind of expensive, because the salary that you're getting is not like as much. As I mentioned before, my salary in France is roughly 14 million yen. And if I were to move to Japan, I would probably have a salary of like 8 million to 10 million potentially. Um, and it's like it's a lot less. So, you know, like that's the thing. But I would live the same type of life, kind of, not really, but kind of. And then you've said something I didn't read. That was big ass things. You said my feed has somewhat ended up showing me a ton of resales, real estate. No, not resales, real estate in Kenya, which is interesting. If it wasn't for the fact that you have zero infrastructure, that you need like electrified wire walls and so on, it looks awesome. I get that. Yeah. I mean, you can get all of that with no issues, but yeah. So from your understanding, for 1K a month in Tokyo, you will get an apartment where you back up, uh, getting in, and then you're in your bed, and you can't stretch your arm. Not really, not really. And I'm gonna get the mail. Um, no, 10 mil is our usual thing. I need to have this thing in like a, a retainer. Um, 10 million is roughly 50K. um, my French salary is 14 to 16, depending on where I am. And the salary that the Japanese are willing to pay me is 6 to 8, roughly, based on where they are and so on. So the only option that I have for me to get back my usual salary things with my 20 years of experience and so on is going into some very specific companies like Google, Amazon, TikTok, like some of the biggest companies in Japan that are not Japanese companies that would be willing to. Um, so yeah, no, 100K is a lot more than that. Um, yeah, that's I mean, it's a 18 million yen, but it's still, you know, like um, I have people in my feed, and this one is a crazy one. This girl is making a bit of money. As far as I remember, she's making in that company, she's making 29 million a month, and it's impressive. Uh, yeah, and yes, I said a month. I am I am so impressed. I don't I don't know. She's doing some tech related. It's again. I'm very impressed by the fact that this is a Japanese company paying her roughly 29 million a month, when some Japanese people don't have access to 29 million in like 3 year time. So she's doing great. But nonetheless, um, 18 mil is like roughly my ceiling. After that, I don't know what I would do with that money. Like, I'm really not money driven, so it doesn't make any sense. 14 is where I stand. Like, that's roughly what I'm aiming for. I know that the Japanese will be willing to give me 12 in times, most likely 10, and in most situation, they would probably give me 8. The thing is, cost of living in general is higher and lower in terms of activities. Taxes are very high. Like, it's 45 to 50% type of thing. So it's, you know, um, this is not a thing unless you're going in some very specific type of companies, and therefore it is a thing. But in most Japanese company, this is not necessarily a thing. So that's a misconception that a lot of people have, which I understand. It's part of the aura of Japan. But if you don't go into a traditional Japanese company that is called a black company, you are fine. My ex, for example, that was in a traditionally Japanese company, but that is aiming to work with international clients and people and employees and so on. She had a job that was, I don't know if she's still there, that was demanding, but she wasn't doing a ton of things in there. And most importantly, she had a, a time schedule of 9 in the morning, which is like not that early, to 4:30, which is not a common thing in Japan. Not at all. Like most people are like 9 to 5, 9 to 6 most of the time. But she had a company that is a Japanese company that basically had 4:30 is fine. So yeah, yeah. So basically, she shifted 1 hour later and 1 hour early, or 30 minutes early, at the end of the day. Plus, still the same thing with 1 hour break in the lunchtime. So you know, it's a thing. So it's fine. Anyways, let me just go back in the chat because some things I've missed it. Um, you said, you said. That's the thing. Then it's a tangent that I love. If you make me speak about design, Japan, or porn, we good. Uh, so in the in the renting space, we're gonna go in sumo because that's. I hope it works. Cool. If you find um like a very simple thing. Let me get the 23 words in the center. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be okay. I'm not gonna complain about it. I hope it's gonna render, because sometimes it doesn't. Um in here, you will be able to get a flat for something that is not much. So let's say that we go into this. Um and I will keep that unfun question for in a second. This is uh not so big, but not so small flat either way. This is second floor, so you get the stairs to go up, and then you have all of that. This is your living room with kitchen. This is your room, like your bedroom and things. It's clean enough. The bathroom is renovated. The toilets are good. The closet is neat. This is 11, 10,000 yen. No, that's the upstairs. So basically in that building here, the bottom flat is someone else, and the top flat is the one that we just looked at. Like probably this one is the second one, the second unit on the other edge. And yeah, you saw server room, and that this one is probably like the other one on the other thing. So uh 11, 10,000. This is my yen. So this is 110,000 yen. And so 110 thousand yen is 590 bucks a month for something that is uh like 49 square meters, which is not that big, but it's kind of, it's fine. For me, it's big enough. I don't know where that is though. I didn't check. I mean, I didn't check. I did check, but it's like mostly in the central Tokyo type of thing. So it's Tokyo. You would still need some sort of a car probably in there. But that's like one of them. And this is like 11,000 yen, so 90,000 yen a month. Uh, Nonetheless, all that to say, the rent prices are not that expensive if you have money that is coming from outside. If you don't, if you have yen and you're paid in yen, this is probably going to be half of your salary, um, which is bad. So, for example, my flat is 222,000 yen, and that's let's just do 220. It's 1,200 bucks. Technically, if I do 125, it's 1,400 right now. Um, so it's a bit more expensive, and it is a 34 square meters, so it's smaller. However, in all of that, um, for me, the convenience that goes with it is the fact that I don't have to manage the electric bill. I don't have to manage the gas bill. I don't have to manage the cleaning fees. I mean, there are cleaning fees, but like the cleaning fees for the building itself, the trash collecting things is handled by the building manager, and all of that is like included in that amount. But again, I'm basically paying $1,000 more than a regular Japanese just for the convenience of the entirety of the things. Also, the internet was included, not the best internet, but still internet. So like that's the thing. And yes, Lone Traveler, it is 100K and not 10K because this this character right here is mon. This one at the end is yen or n, which is like the currency. Man is 10,000. So basically here you would read this as 10.9 10,000. I know. It's weird. But this is the way to go. This is the way. Um, so that's some of the prices that you can have in Tokyo. Madlu, welcome back. How have you been? It's been a while. If we go into something that is a bit more inaka and like more like outside of Japan, let's go in Shiba because it's gonna be close to Tokyo and probably good enough for what we wanna do here. I'm just gonna go JR based and hope for the best. On this one, I'm not like as uh understandable of where things are. I'm looking at this. I feel like, yeah, we've we've hit the paywall of I'm currently not using the VPN, and therefore it has a bit of an issue with me not being Japanese. So we're gonna need to do that. JR is the Japan Rail, and JR is the biggest, kind of one of the three Japan rail company that have subways and so on. So if you are using this, these are the JR stations. So if you know which station you are on, you will, yeah. It's a close to filter, yes. If I give you this, it's gonna translate maybe, but it's not gonna work right now because it's telling me that we have a bit of an issue with the system. So yeah, JR, KO line, Sober line, and so on. Um, if I just if I just give you this with everything and then hope for the best. um, just look in Shiba because that's closer to Tokyo and so on. This is 72,000 yen. So this is like 7 and it's fine. This is 30 square meters. You said that you have, when you look at that, really, you have a condo of 35 square meters, building to about 600. Then I have a mortgage that is another 700. So you're basically paying 1.3K to get to live in the condo itself. I guess that's the price. Um, that's interesting. Not 72 10,000, 7 10,000. So 79,000 in total. And like 40 square meters. Let me see if we have something that is a bit more. I guess if I had like I should have checked before with the filters because we don't really have a bigger one. But for you, that would be a 2 LDK to a 3 LDK. So LDK is living, dining, kitchen, and most Japanese flat have um, DK, dining, kitchen. The living room is when you have like an extended added section, and that helps, but it sometimes it's a bit of a weird system. This one is a 56. This this one is a 56 square meters for nothing. Not saying that it's good. Like the building looks old, but you have two rooms, one living room. It's clean. You still need to bring in your appliances. Obviously, it's one of the old version of the bathroom, which are fine, but you know, it's just it's fine. This again, this is renting, and so 50K is so you will have, that's also the thing that is kind of crazy. I have seen so many places that contains everything you need, like a 20 square meters flat, which is very tiny, but it's still like everything you need for less. Like you don't have amount in the price. So it's like, 9,000, 10,000 at times, and it's almost nothing. And I have in my bag, I have bills, like bank bills, that are the monthly rent because they have bills of 10,000. And I have that in my bag because it's what's left of the last time I was in Japan. So, like that's the type of thing that happens. Nonetheless, again, this one is a 60 something square meters flat. It's much bigger. You have a big ass living, you have two rooms, you are in the upstairs of that building, and it's clean, and so on. Um, and it works. You have a server rooms, 100%. You have access to the roof. And I do agree with you with the Hobbit bathtub. It is kind of rare that a Japan flat doesn't contain a tub. I've seen one, to give you a bit of an idea. I have seen one flat once that only had a shower and no tub, but this doesn't exist most of the time. Most of the time, you will have a tub because Japanese people just soak, and it's not a place to clean, it's a place to relax. So that's the thing. Again, this one is looking like it's a brand new building, or at least not that old building. 60 square meters, pretty good renovations, gas burners right there, which is really good. Pretty good bathroom, not enough lights, but that's fine. All the toilets, server rooms again. Um, and a balcony, you know. Um, so that's that's a good thing. These are the prices in Shiba. So Shiba is I should have done that instead. Um, let me let me do that instead and hope for the best. So Shiba is right here. Tokyo is right there. The the difference in prices is kind of crazy, but it is still because it's close to Japan, Tokyo central metropole type thing. it's still going to be kind of expensive. If you go somewhere around here, or if you go in, even if you go in Yokohama, you are going to have prices that are crazy. But if you go in Shizuoka, if you go in Fukuoka, which is like way further down, you will have things that cost like almost nothing in our scale. And yeah, like that's a pretty useful thing. So full scale, if you go to the lake shore in Shiga, can you see Tokyo? Yes, I think you can from the bay because of how the bay is set up. So if I go into, if I go here, I don't know if I can go here. Apparently I can't. God damn it. This is the industrial zone, so that's probably not going to be walkable. So this is the side. What is this? What is this? What is this thing? Shiba is going to be there. So a ship. This is a boat. This is not the land, but it's going to be somewhere around there. So you sometimes will have things that you see, but not really. You won't see much, to be honest. Like you will, but it's. I mean, it's not much in terms of distance. That's like what 20 kilometers type of thing, roughly. So yeah, I mean, on Google Maps, I don't think you will be able to see, but in here, by the simple fact that we have, uh, you know, a bridge. But yeah, that's like, yeah, that's 20. I'm looking at the, I'm using the scale, as it's supposed to be. Yeah, that's about 20 kilometers roughly. So that's still city centers kind of thing. By this, again, by the fact that um, Tokyo as a whole is this massive. So with the same system, even if you live in Tokyo per se, if you live around here, your rent prices are going to be extremely cheap compared to if you live where I live. And like again, I lived here in Ota. My rent there was 11,800. So 600 bucks a month, and that is 20 to 40 minutes in train to get from Ota to Tokyo Center, things, activities, whatever. And again, with the thing that I'm using, so remember, 636 for the rent, gas, electric, internet, cleaning, garbage collection, building management, all of that is included. So it is more expensive. If I were to just rent a flat in that, like in Oda City, I would probably spend like $100 per month on rent alone, but then I would probably accumulate with electric and gas and so on. But it's worth noting. It is worth noting. So I've been here. A lot of people right now are moving to Yokohama because Yokohama is the new Tokyo for a lot of the younger people. It's the same vibe, but there is no tourist. Things are cheaper, And if you really need to work in Tokyo, it's about 40 minutes in express train. And you can do that as a daily commute because just like the quality of life is going to be like much better around there. So if I go from Tokyo to Yokohama and let's just go regular station, uh, you have this one that is saying an hour. I know that you will have one that is like 50 minutes in the morning with the express trains, but like it depends on the time. It is currently 22 at night, so obviously we don't have the same thing. But same ID, same concept, all of that to mention that if you're not in the center where I used to live, which is right here, I mean, I lived here, here, and here, and there. So I've been around. This one was a bit more expensive, but not that much. This one was really cheap, but really good and kind of out of things. So, but also tiny. And this one was the most expensive so far, and I don't think I'm gonna go back there just because it's too expensive. I don't mind it, but it's too expensive unless I do the thing that I had planned in a way, which is getting a school in Tokyo, and the school in question is somewhere around here, if I remember correctly. So it was like really useful and really like great for me to just go there by feet, not having to think too much. But this thing is too expensive, even for me, even for me. But then again, my hospital is there, so I need to be able to go there once a month. So they have buildings around there as well, so I'm also thinking about that. Nonetheless, so that gives you a bit of an idea, I guess, uh, on the rent situation. So if you find a flat that is pretty good and you have a system where you speak Japanese, you are committed to live in Japan for a long time, you have a visa that is like maybe a 5-year visa or something, and you find a landlord that is willing to rent you a flat that is cheap enough, then you can find something that is kind of cheap. Going back to the reason also why I'm using a more expensive thing is because that way I'm ensured that I can rent and I don't need to prove anything. And the fact that I'm a foreigner and not a tourist and I'm not like gonna ditch or I'm gonna ditch on the company, they don't really care. They have insurance and so on. So if you find this is your rent. Let's say that you are spending 600 bucks in rent on a monthly basis. You will probably spend, depending on who you are and what your tastes are and so on, in grocery shopping. If I give you something like 200 bucks a month, it's a big budget. It's not the most strict off budget, but it is like a realistic option. If you are like me and you eat out most of the time, because it turns out that eating out is cheaper at times than buying groceries when when you have time to cook. So for me, it's cheaper, and it's also less waste. That's gonna be the thing. And then on top of that, you need to have your electric bills, your gas, your internet, your mobile phone, and your transportation. So in total, I would say you probably can add something like 400 in on top of that. So if you in Tokyo specifically, from my experience, I would say something like 1,500, 1,600 to be kind of comfortable and have a bit of savings so that you can do things here and there, go into amusement parks, uh, day trip somewhere around here to be like in the woods, in some of the greenery that we have around there. Um, went to that lake, which is really cool. to that mountain that is really cool. Go see Mount Fuji because, why not? It's not far away. 1,500 a month is pretty safe. I know, I don't know. Did I do that here or did I do that somewhere else? Let me check. Uh, that is not that is not the one that I had in mind. Um, is that the one that I had in mind? Is that the one that I used? I have a chat with one of the AI models things for a yearly budget as me being an extravagant bitch with a lot of luxury taste, and it's a good enough output with something like me and my spending. uh, a 370, so 400k a month is pretty safe. It's not good. Like for me, it's like kind of restraining, but 400k a month um, is 2,000 ish. So yeah, again, this is me in Tokyo with uh like the language school that is included for 1 year. Most of the language school that I've seen are more expensive than this, and things that are very important to me. Um, if you divide by 200, you are about right. It's 185 right now, so that's pretty fine. In my head, I'm still dividing by 100 because it's easier for me to just be surprised by the price instead of anything else. But yeah, um, no, it's fine. If you're in Tokyo, it's fine. If you go in other cities, it's gonna be kind of harder. But like for myself, Tokyo is fine. Fukuoka is fine. Osaka is fine-ish. They have a bit of an issue with foreigners and tourists at times, but it's fine. But also very important, I have incurable diseases that brain disease and things that make sure that I need to have like the health insurance that is roughly the higher tier. Uh, in this thing also plan on having the language school included. So this is like something that you might not need. Um, Planning on paying taxes in Japan as well because there would be an income that needs to come in. Um, the phone is something that I'm already paying. I'm still paying for my Japanese phone right now, even though I'm not using it. It's like $16 a month, so I don't care. But like that's a thing. And then transportation with $10,000 a month is fine, depending on how much you want to move around, but it's fine. And then I have like a 14k extravagant things. One of the other thing that is not included in that budget, which even though that budget has been done a while ago, the conversion rate was a bit different. Doesn't really matter, to be honest. If you are moving in a new flat, you also need to get furniture like a bed, a mattress, a washing machine, a fridge. If you want a table, you need a table. And all of that is also cost that goes on top of it, specifically in the beginning of the adventures. And that is one of the reasons why I'm using the service that I'm using, is because the flats that I'm renting are furnished apartments. So I get in, I have everything. I have a bed, I have fresh sheets, I have a fridge with a washing machines, some cleaning things, cutleries, glasses, like everything is in there. It's finished. So that helps. It makes the price go up again, but it also removes a ton of guesswork and thing that you might encounter again as someone that doesn't know Japanese, that can't really go around. However, the most important thing in that is the reason why it's working is because um, it's like more expensive, like way more expensive than regular flats. You have everything in there, and you can basically, I could get a flat for tomorrow things. So yeah. Haruso, welcome on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Thanks for chatting. I appreciate it. The reason why we have an 18 plus mature audience thing is because this stream is 18 plus, first of all, and because I said fuck a lot. That is that is the reason. That's the main reason. And we talk about porn, we talk about sexualities, we talk about sex toys, and these are not discussions for non 18 years old in the eyes of Twitch. And in order to stay in the rules and apply the rules and be there, then that's what's happening. But we're coming in. So all of that, is yeah, and marketing and design and things, which is also like the main point of the stream. But yeah, um, so all of that is the cost that you need to take into consideration when you want to move to Japan, where there is like so much things that is not included in your thinking in the first place. No, I don't do bikini pool things because I don't have a pool, but it would be interesting. It would be interesting. I don't disagree. I don't disagree. Um, and again, from what you said, you don't need a moving truck when you are changing flat. Like for example, when I was living here, kinda, not really, but kinda right there. And then I moved from here to there. I did that with a cab. I had my cab with my two suitcases, with all the things in there. I just moved there with the cab, dropped my suitcase, came back with the train, took off the last thing that I left because I had to leave things there, and then I was done. So so that's the thing that was really nice. No moving trucks, and then because I'm not a broke bitch, but a luxury bitch most of the time. I use Class, which is renting or furniture renting um, service. So if I want a couch that looks like this, and that's the couch that I want, I can rent it for a price. Like that's basically what I kind of like because it's easier. And if you are renting a flat and you just want to rent your washing machine, you can pay 15K a month for your washing machine. And you know, and you get the washing machine that you want. So that is basically what the what the thing that I'm using is doing. They are renting furniture from Class. And then what happened is that before I moved flat, I said, well, the desk chair that I have rented for that old flat, the tiny one, I don't need it anymore. So they came in with the truck, they took the chair back, And then when I moved to the new flat, I bring in a new desk and a new desk chair, and I was done. And it's good. Um, so it's a it's a nice system. I like it, and it just makes sense. You have access to so much things. By the way, it's a bit crazy. Um, like washing machine is not the thing that we have most of the time. Office chairs, what I use, they have packs, they have very specific things. The one that I used to have is the green one, which is supposed to be somewhere around here. I think I had that at some point. I wanted to get this one, but it was like too expensive for what it is. So I just went with a regular one. But then again, their main goal for this is if you're renting this and it's not really your vibe anymore, like it's a new season, you don't like it, you can just exchange it for another one. And it's not necessarily the same model, but something else, just you wanted to change. That's an option. So we do like it. Is it normal to rent furniture in Japan? Not really. But it's normal to rent anything in Japan, like a boyfriend, a girlfriend, a family, a house, a place, someone. It's an option. So it's not uncommon, but it's not common either. Most people will not rent their furnitures. They will probably go into Daiso and then just buy the furnitures there and be done because it's fine. But yeah, this Daiso is not Japan related. This is very much Daiso US. Yeah, it's not that expensive. Renting a I'm gonna blur that just in case. Um, uh, let me check the prices. Let me check the prices. In Tokyo, for let's use the first one just for whatever. Uh, you know, she has a big ass description. Um, she speak English. You can get that for 2 hours for 12K. 3 hours for 18K. 14 hours, which is crazy, for a lot. No, these are not escorts. These ones are rental girlfriends, which is different than the escorts that they have. The escorts are cheaper. No, that's not true. The escort is not uh, illegal. It is, but not really, but kind of, but it's not. um, but yeah, like you have a ton of options, um, which are not necessarily good. But yeah, this is if we go with the regular date thing. Let's say a 4 hours, a 4 hour dates, which right is 24K. This is $130 in euros if you are in euros. I don't know where you are. If you're in the US, this is like $150. um, but yeah, that's the thing. And then they have other options with 30 minutes and an hour, which is kind of weird as a system, but why not? And and It's a thing. But if you go into the escort thing, which is different, that's a different system. Um, I don't think I could give you the prices for many reasons. Nor should I be able, or would I be able to give you the pictures for titties reason, as always. Uh, but it's probably going to be a lot shorter most of the time as well, and it's also going to be um, a lot more expensive. So this one, which is a very specific person, and you know, it doesn't really it doesn't really matter. But uh, for 60 minutes, and they count in minutes most of the times, it's 31K. So the 4 hour dates that we had before with the rent a girlfriend, which is a regular things, which is like not naked most of the times, I guess. Depending on potentially, maybe you get a girlfriend and you rent them like very often, and you something happened. I don't know, but this one is 31K, which is a lot more expensive, and yeah, 180 minutes. um, so like 3 hours is 93K, which is a lot more. You saw some titties for 1 second. My bad. You were not supposed to see the titties. But yeah, 94,000 is $500 for 2.5 hours, 3 hours roughly. So it's a lot more expensive. It happens. It happens. Um, but yeah, so renting, going back to the initial discussion, renting furnaces is not a common thing to do, but renting anything in Japan is kind of a common thing. Um, in a way, you always have the rental family movie that just came out, which is basically a true story kind of thing, um, where that person, which I forgot the name, Brendan Fraser, is renting a family in Japan and had to learn Japanese and did the whole thing. And the movie itself is about renting families in Japan, and it exists, and it is a true system. As I just showcased, you can rent whatever the fuck you want. And yeah, it's an interesting thing nonetheless. So it exists, not the most common thing, but not the most uncommon thing either. And it's available. And again, going back to what you said earlier, it feels weird that there is something weird about it for the renting people. I get it, but it's the mentality that they have is roughly in the same realm of consulting. When you get like a consulting agent, or uh, a salesman that is consulting uh, sales in your firm, you're renting them in a way for a certain amount of time. Usually it's like on months, but whatever. And in Japan, you can do that for a day. Um, so that's the thing. The other thing that is very important to remember is that the Japanese society as a whole is a very not lonely, but like singular society where the people are going to remain kind of have a good shower, remain kind of alone and not necessarily have a big friend groups and be uh, only with their work people. Um, so that's that's a thing that has happened. Like um, the biggest one, Japanese guy rental, that thing, which we talked about before. That's an article. Um, but yeah, like that guy made this thing popular, kinda, by renting himself and makes 80K a year by just being there. And the goal of the rental is not necessarily something that is like uh we do stuff together and there is activities and so on. It's just like I want to be in the presence of someone else and potentially have like small talks and discussions and so on. And it's just you can rent them, and apparently it's working. So it's just spend time together. Um, so oh, you'd be surprised. The taxes in Japan are basically the same. Um, some taxes in Japan are 55%. 55%. But yes, that's the thing. This one is um like somehow an old story, and it has democratized a bit of the practice in Japan of renting people. But the fact that you can rent whatever, you can rent a dog, you can rent a person, you can rent a girlfriend, you can rent a house, a family, and so on for a small price. So to go back to this, not a common thing, not a non-common thing. It is what I like to do just because it is easier. And what I'm using is Hamlet, which is like flat renting, which is what I have. Hugo, work on it. No, we're not talking prostitution right now. We did, but not right now. um, so for this one, I don't know if we have the button somewhere in the final whatever. I think if I just do Tokyo and then I search, it's gonna piss me off. No, it's gonna be fine. So these ones are furnished apartment, as I mentioned, and the prices are like a lot more expensive than other things. As always, 160K for months is more expensive. This is a very small flat with a 25 square meters surface overall, but it is containing the desk, the chair, the bed, the fridge, everything, and that is kind of the thing. That's the. Are you gonna just not land? You just did not land. That's crazy. Um, and it's useful because you don't have to pay for the water, the aircon, the electrics, the Wi-Fi, the fridge. All of that is included. So, you know, that's that's a good system and I like it. And then if that chair, which is the case, if that chair is shit, which is the case, I'm just gonna use Glass and rent another chair instead because it's gonna be good. It's gonna be much better. And right now, I'm currently kind of looking at other flats somewhere around here because the schools in question I'm looking for is somewhere there. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to be there, but there is like these two, and the one that I lived in is this, where the price is now higher than before, which is pissing me off. This one is good because it's closer to the town hall things where I need to do all of my paperwork and so on, but it's tiny. I don't like it. um, And this one is very, very much tiny. It's very good for students, but I um I like to have a good bed and some space and some things. So, you know, that's the thing. And these ones are close to my hospital, so therefore these ones are pretty good for me. But it's a very cozy environment. I like it. I like it. Um Anyways, what I'm doing in Japan, I'm not in Japan anymore. I used to be in Japan uh for fun. I stayed there for 2 years. I stayed there 1 year with my ex, and then I went back for 3 months, and then I went back for 3 weeks, and then I went back for a year. Basically, like it's cumulative uh across time with 2 years. And right now I'm trying to go back there either with uh a tourist visa, and the tourist visa is, or the sightseeing visa, which is like the option when you have somewhere along the line of 200K in your bank account, which is not the case just yet. It might be soon, but it's not the case just yet. So, waiting for that, or finding a job and be able to just like get a worker visa and be there. Yeah, it's 200K. It's very cheap. To be honest. Um, if you have 200K in your bank account and you say that you're there for sightseeing for a year, then they are good. Like they're like, okay, cool, you have enough money. You will not have an income in Japan, so the taxes don't apply to you necessarily, and it's a nice thing. But yeah, and then in the other realm of things, in the beginning, I was thinking about just having like my freelance business in Japan with the business manager visa, and then they changed things. So in the past, it was you need to have 36K in revenue for that year, and you need to employ a Japanese national or someone that is like a Japanese resident in your company so that it works. And then you also needed to sometimes rented space in Japan. And now they changed the values, so you need to make 200K again a year in your business. You need to hire Japanese people, like not Japanese residents, so Japanese people, and you need to rent an office space to have a proper address kind of thing. So it's not an option anymore for me. What if you generate income while being in Japan, while your business is out of Japan? If you spend more than a certain amount of time in Japan, then it counts as you need to pay taxes there. If you spend less than 6 months, less than 180 days, or 179, you're good. But if you are at 181, you need to pay your taxes, and basically the income that you're making is um, the income that you need to declare to the Japanese government. So yeah, so that's the thing. And so when I was living there, because I was in the working holiday visa the second time, I was not making I was not making money. I was not working in Japan, and the work that I'm doing is streaming, or at least that's what I was doing, which is making or made somewhere along the line of, I think, $500 in 2024, 2025, or 2023, 2024. So that's not that's not an income. If I had declared that, they would have given me money. So yeah, they still owe me money, but because I'm too late now, they want some stuff. A year, 500 a year. I'm not I'm not I'm not planning on making a lot of money in streaming, and I'm not making a lot of money in streaming. Uh, and specifically, if I'm looking at this, which I'm not supposed to show you, um, like in the past 30 days, I've made $28. So, you know, if I go into my four circle, which is uh, basically 2020 November was my first stream, somewhere around the 7th. The Apparently they don't want to show you that. But I streamed for 3,000 hours, and I made somewhere along the line of like 2K, I think. That is not working. That is not working. Chafazo, oh, what going in? So that's the thing. Nonetheless, Thindle. So if you want to move to Japan at some point, this is gonna be my recommendations because it just makes a lot of sense. However, they are currently only in Tokyo and Osaka. If you want to go into Singapore and Hong Kong, then that's a good thing. I'm using Arc if the browser is the thing. I don't think I have a yeah, I don't think I have the thing. Um, but like Osaka prices are way cheaper. Um, that's the browser if I remember correctly. And this one is like $131. It's a very tiny thing. Still like 26 square meters right there. 29 on this one and 24 on this one. That's all they have. And it's just this one is the biggest one that they have, which is fine. But you know, again, like that's I wish we had. I wish they hired me because goddamn. They need a designer for the thing. Not for the interior, but like for the website. But this is like clean, brand new flats, renovated. Everything in there is like nice. And $130. So 600-ish, 700-ish in that big ass building. It's a nice building. Anyways. What do you mean it feels weird to knowing that you'd be paying multiple months rent for TV? I never did a bikini pool stream, mainly because I don't do IRLs most of the times, but also um like eh. Oh yeah, no, yeah. Kinda, not really. We talked about this, and I do this presentation every single time, so I'm gonna do that again because it makes a lot of sense and it helps also visualize things. I'm in France, sadly, yeah. I don't have a choice there. Um, I'm gonna use that because it's fine. I hope this is not gonna work. Um, is it .co.jp or is it just .jp? I forgot. I forgot. So the thing that I'm doing every time is the MacBook Pro in both um, in Japan and this one is like the US. Let me just French this just for the sake of Frenching things. The cost of living in France is not something that I can talk on because I don't have any. That's not true. So if we do a 16-inch MacBook Pros in black with no nano texture because it makes absolutely no sense, and then we get what I want to have, which is like the most build out Mac possible, you get the 128 gigs of memory because you need to run AI locally and shit, 2 terabytes of storage. The French don't come with a charger, them bitches. So you need the charger in there. And then I'm not going to change the keyboard just for the sake of not changing the keyboards because it's, whatever. No license to Final Cut, no license to Logic Pro either. I'm not giving in the trade-in just for the sake of the presentation. And then no Apple Care either, so that you have a bit of an idea. The price is 6.4 in France, and the price is 800K. So, I'm saving almost 2K by buying it in Japan, and it's the same thing. So there are some things in Japan that are cheaper than others. There are some things that are more expensive than others. It really depends on what you want to do. And no, what I'm saying is the price difference from basically 5K, let's say 5K to 6.5K, is 1.6K, 1.5K in total. That's enough for the flight, in and out, and the Airbnb for a full week, and then the food for a full week, and you are a tad over, and you come back with a new computer. That's what I'm saying. Like it's way cheaper. You save 2K by simply going on vacation. It's a crazy thing. And again, because I'm a luxury ass bitch, and I love to be direct flight. You don't need the import fee. No, that's the thing. If you get in Japan with a computer and out of Japan with a computer, if it's not the same computer, you know, um, it's an option. But if I'm going from Tokyo to Paris, which is my current location, I'm gonna use Charles de Gaulle because that's the main thing, and Haneda, which is good also. Polenza will come on in. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the string? And let's say I'm gonna do round trip. You know what? I'm gonna do one way because one way are cheaper. and let's do that next month. So that's 86K, which is nothing. 86K is with one stop, probably. If I go with me being a luxury bitch and I want non-stop only, which is usually the case, it's going to be a bit more expensive because, you know, like it's 200K more expensive. So that's going to cost a lot. But if for some reason I'm doing the opposite and I'm not using the VPN, because right now we are um, using the Japanese VPN, so that's why going in Paris is going to be like a bit more expensive. But you can find flights for like $600 in direct flights. We had that last month when we looked at it, and it is so cheap. It is so cheap. It's crazy. It's crazy. It's still gonna be in Japanese yen. That's not gonna work. Um, when you do round trips, the flights are more expensive, which is kind of weird for me. I always have a bit of an issue with that. I feel like it shouldn't be the case. Um, but if you plan ahead and you plan properly ahead, you can 100% get like a very cheap flight. Right now, apparently, when we looked at the prices last time, it was before the fuel shortage thing. So now I think the price are going up. So that makes sense. But they don't keep track of you bringing a computer. But if it's in your bag, and it's like your computer, like that doesn't mean anything. If you go back home and in your suitcase you have a brand new box, like the cardboard box, and that's the thing that is not good. Also, paying for the taxes is only if you pay in Japan with the D-tax things, and the D-tax is like 9% or 10% in Japan right now. I forgot. It's going up, but I think it's like 10%. It was 8% before. I think it's 10 now. And if you do the tax-free shopping in the Apple Store, they will stamp your passports, and then you will have to showcase the receipt. And then when you enter your home country, you will have to showcase the receipt and then pay the taxes in your own country, which is going to be the offset. But if you don't pay for tax-free and you pay the taxes in Japan in Japanese yen, you're good. Um, Even then, I mean, technically speaking, I don't really give a shit about the box. I'm old, but I'm not caring about the boxes anymore. So I wouldn't I wouldn't just for the sake of having the box. I would also uh probably would 100% get a trade-in for the computer that I have to get this price down a bit. It's probably going to be 100K um off with the computer that I have because it's one of the higher higher ends, uh but even M1, like it's probably gonna be a bit. So that's a neat thing. And yeah, I would make a lot more money if I just sold it to someone else. But yeah. Um well, it worked out. My phone is the one that I bought in Japan, which is it was $250 cheaper than if I bought it in Japan, if I bought it in France. My lights as well are coming from Japan. These ones I had to send them through the post office, so that's like a tad more expensive, but it was still kind of cheap. Have a good work call. So everything is working. But then again, the thing that I'm looking forward to do at that instant is forget about the euros and just live in Japan. So I just like I'm gonna buy this thing and use it in Japan because it's gonna be like where I live and where I work, so that's gonna be easier. But so it's gonna be the plan in order for like the Japanese to be not in a declining population situation. Their salaries and the money that they are making, it needs to go up by roughly uh 10x. Like that's roughly what it needs to happen. So the the valuation, like the inflation of their currency is so high with like 200 for one almost, that it just doesn't make any sense. And I think technically, if you are from the US and not USDC, let's United. Do we have a fucking United States dollars? We don't. And USDC is not gonna. You know what? That's not gonna. I'm gonna just USD there. um, the yen in USD is 159, so it's like a 150 off, so not 200, but it's kind of the same thing. That's why I'm using euros, because it's like 180, and it's also closer to me. But in order for the Japanese to get the population up, they need like more free time, more money to pay for everything, and um like the peace of mind that the rest of the country is going to be safe and good in the future. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense to bring people in the world. So that's a lot of thing that needs to happen in order for these things to be like just stable and certain. So yeah, there is a lot of thing that needs to happen. Like I wish we had um similar similar drop than this with Japan, for example, like 1 euro is equal to 1 yen, kinda. That would be amazing. But they need to go down like 100-fold, so it needs to regain the power that they used to have, and it's never gonna happen. Um, what do you mean we've been dodging the TOS bullet for 4 years? What happened? What happened? Also, you sent me something. Is that the menu of the DVD? Is that is that what it is? I think it is. I think you're bringing back the lost art of the DVD menus. I think that's what you're doing. That's going to be a bit of a complicated thing, though, because there are a lot of DVDs that have menus that are very much designed in a non-linear way. This one is really useful for us. But yeah, have a good work thing. Not work. Have a good Rest of your day, don't travel. um, Somehow there was a missing allow adult false flag in the server. We clicked on a person, and that person was a porn star with all the collection. I see. Well, I would not have looked for porn within the server. You know. Eh, eh, it's fine. Yeah, I do visit the people page, but if I like, I doubt that a person that is, I mean, it happened, but I doubt that a person that is like a porn star also was in a Marvel movie or uh or in a TV show or an anime that we have looked at. I mean, anime potentially with voice actors, we never know. And then I click on them, and then we go onto their page, and in their page we'll have things. Um, so yeah. No, he wasn't. That's the thing. He hasn't been in there for a long time. Um, Nonetheless, going back to the menu thing, because that's an important, interesting thing, I don't know how it scales in terms of um, other types of menus that have viable definitions and viable presentations. But nonetheless, it is cool if it can work. And that is good then. That is good if you can extract the menu from the disk um, and then get the thing out. That's great. That is great. I like it. I like it. And Debshi, no, that's it's just like most of the apps that are currently that I'm seeing that are gym apps, they all use um the same puppet right there that you are using as well for the same thing. Like that muscle recovery and Debshi, I don't know if you're lurking from far away and hearing me. I don't think you do. But nonetheless, if you watch the VOD, which again, I don't think you do. uh This is not a feature that I've seen in the past 5 years of gym apps. Most of the times we don't have muscle recovery things. And then for the past year and a half, this is coming in. So it's interesting. Not saying that it's good, but it's interesting. Um, you know, that's a nice detail. That is a nice detail. Um, I did not. I did not go through this entire thing. Um, yeah, no, that makes sense. I need to ask you something about the usage of today because I looked at the usage and uh, this morning we were at 56% and midday we were at 56% and I used a ton of it. So I don't know how it happened and I don't know where you are on the usage on your end. I've tried to like clear things, but because I needed to still be connected, I couldn't like clear cache, clear cookies, and so on. So yeah, I don't know. It's weird. It is weird. I do not know. But if you have something on usage that would be great, so that we know where we stand, because there are stuff that I have kind of not mentioned and I haven't showcased things um, about it, not just yet still. Um, no, I'm using the um, I'm using the CLI because it makes more sense. I'm not checking the browser version, if that makes sense to you. Um, so we're going through the likes from last 2 days, I think. Most of these things are kind of old, and I just need to clean stuff. 190, 119 likes to check. We have this one was interesting, similar to what Denny sent earlier today. Very similar vibe, very similar output as well. We looked at that last time, so not gonna help. Apparently, Google is opening a store in Japan, specifically where I used to take my burritos. So I'm looking forward to that, where I go back. We have some priorities. Priorities is the word I was looking for. Um, I see. I see. Apparently, my computer also, once again, has lost internet. It makes no fucking sense. No sense whatsoever. Um, Another stamps app, we talked about that. That's the, I should keep that just for the sake of um, pushing things. Are you still logged in? You're still logged in. Cool. For those of you who are kind of new and haven't seen this thing and don't know what I'm doing and why I'm doing it, I've been liking so much shit on Twitter specifically that I always go back inside of Twitter and go into my likes and figure out exactly what we can talk about, what we can't talk about design related topics and AI related topics and so on. And for that, it's always a bit of a mess, and the Twitter API or the Twitter interface is not as good as building your own thing. So I did build my own system that gives me the ability to just like run through all the likes that I had in the past day. And sometimes like today there is both days, yesterday and today, or the day before yesterday and yesterday. Um, Together. And then from there, I can just run through things that make sense, that are good for presentation, that are good to talk about on stream. And then we have something that just makes a lot more sense. And right now, I'm supposed to write some descriptions of the reason why I like something and I saved it. But apparently, right now, my system is not saving them. So that's the reason why I'm skipping most of these things because it's just faster. It's just faster, and it helps a lot because once we are here and we have all of our saved posts, we can just scroll through things and talk about the outputs, the changes, and the direction which the design community is going towards. This thing was really fun for me, and I kind of needed to talk about it. Um, this is the rendering issues of some people for the logos. This is very much in a line with what Denny had last month, where an outline or an inverted logo doesn't look as good as this one. And so sometimes you need to add a border around your logo just to have the proper rendering of the image and the creation that they have. So this is something that I 100% agree with. And the issues that use Corgi is that thing, and it's really bad because the fur of a Corgi, which, is right there in front of you, is white, not the other way around. The rest is orange, and the front is white. And apparently, based on that, the uh, the creators said, "What makes yours better?" And that's a fun interaction. Anyways, we needed to talk about it. This one is crazy. This is for everyone that is a designer and looking to go freelance. That person has just made 1 million on Contra. I don't know how long that took them. I don't know if it's 3 years. I don't know if it's 1 year. I doubt it. But it is feasible to earn that much money as a freelancer on Contra. They are the first person on the site to be able to do so. They obviously have a lot of skills and things in everything that they have done. Um, you're work on it, but it's a feasibility. It is feasible. They have achieved it. It's pretty cool, and it's nice to see. I obviously wish I could do the same. I can't do the same. I don't look for client as much. But yeah, same. I don't think 10 is necessary, to be honest. Um, I would be fine with 2. I would be fine with 1. Uh, as I made this thing many, many times. I'm gonna do that again. Right about here. Um, so in my eyes, if you get, I'm gonna use the commas because that makes sense. If you get this, it's it's 10 years. It's 10 years at 100K. And I currently live off of nothing. So if I just, you know, do 20 years at 50K based on my health conditions, I I'm safe. Like I that I can live 20 years comfortably and be good with it. But the thing that people don't remember, again, is that in year 1, you have either 900K or 950K that are invested in things that can either bring you some money in or not. But if you have that amount of money that is like working for you in the background, the return that you have is probably going to be 50K, if not more. You know, like to me, I'm like, if I get a million and I put it to work and I just take out what I need for the rest of the year, it's gonna work for the rest of the year, and then I'm gonna live off of the dividends, and that's good. And I have luxury taste with that. That's great. Like 10 years at 100K is such a life-changing situation. You can live more than comfortably with 100K a year, specifically when you don't need to pay taxes on that. Like these is uh kind of uh with the expectation of uh not having to pay taxes, not as much at least. But yeah, no, I even if you just 5 years at 200K, like it's crazy. It's crazy. So for me, 1 mil is good enough. If I get two, perfect. If I get more, ah. um, I'm swifting to developing mostly website and such. And I studied as well, a bachelor in digital interactions and multimedia. I worked all my life in a different fields, building some projects, come up with and such. I would like to get an advice from you or some recommendations on how to actually start getting clients and what to do. That is the biggest questions of most people all the times. So you need to get a portfolio piece that is presenting the work as good as possible. Um, and that makes people hire you, and then to discover the clients, contra the one that we were talking about a second ago, is a pretty good system to potentially like just get discovered here and there. Not necessarily like all the time, but get discovered here and there is going to be pretty good. This is not going to work because I'm logged in on this thing. So I'm just gonna I'm gonna kill some people. I just said go here, not anywhere else. So that's the no, no. Sorry, Xcode is starting for some reason, which makes absolutely no sense. Um, that's the same link. So Contra is something you can think of it as Fiverr, but for designers and devs and other things, but mostly designers and devs and so on. So that is one of the platform that is pretty good for helping creators to be discovered. But once you're in there, that doesn't mean that you will be discovered right away. As you can probably tell, there is a ton of other people that will be competing for the clients against you. Not that it's like a competition, but it is kind of a competition to get the clients. Contra is the platform that I would recommend just because it's easier and it's better designed than the rest. And so if you're a designer, having a home that looks more like a design thing makes some sense to me. Other than that, that's the only reason. The thing that you then need to have is, let's use Rather, as a reference, you need a portfolio that is good enough to showcase the work that you are capable of doing. And so Rava is a great example of a portfolio that is mostly visual, and you can just showcase everything, or they showcase everything that they have worked on. Most of it is static work. Have a good work time, and some two of them are two um, two videos, but the rest is very much static work for presentations and so on. And then they have so much. Like that's what I want to showcase here. It's so much work that a client that is looking for something that looks like this would see this and be like, okay, cool. I see why I would potentially work with them. So that's the thing. They have services that are like kind of expensive for what it is, but it's aligned with the US market, so it makes sense. All of that is fine, but they are presenting the work a lot, which is really good. Like no questions about it. That system is just like so bad. That thing is so broken. Uh, so that's the most important part. And then you need to market yourself as hell. So you you basically need, you probably have seen that in the past, where if you are on Twitter and you're looking at the content and the thing that people are posting in there, a ton of people are doing here is some of the thing that I have done, like this, and then the first reply is their own tweet saying you can book me here, and they just share that link in question to their agency website things, whatever. This is a way to just get clients and get noticed and have people in your DMs saying, oh, you know what, let me just work with you because it makes sense. I've had people coming from Twitter that worked with me in the past. I've had friends of friends that just like, I've worked with one and then they recommended me to someone else, and introductions and so on. So that's the thing. But the only way that you have to get your first clients and your first few clients is going to be to market yourself. You have multiple platforms to do so. Twitter is one of the okay one. LinkedIn is another one that works. LinkedIn is more if you are looking for stable in-house type of jobs. If you are just looking to get freelance jobs, then Twitter is probably going to be better. But you need to be annoying. You need to be the person that is basically spamming your work on a daily basis, probably 5 to 10 times a day. And then technically Rava, we could use Rava for that as a reference because it's a good reference, and we have it. We saved it. I scrolled it. I just saw it. I don't know where the fuck it is. Right there. uh, every single tweet that they have is one of their design thing, and they are doing that again on a daily basis with like one on the 31st, one on the 29th, probably some replies and so on. And there is also probably like a let's work together thing that is right there. Obviously, as we mentioned before, they have big names in their headers, so it's, you know, um, it helps. But nonetheless, they are talking a lot, they are sharing a lot, they are presenting their work in a way that someone that might be a client could be like, okay, cool, I see that they have the understanding or they have the chops to do the work that I'm needing them to do. And then you just hope that someone is coming into your DMs. That is in granular organic reach, where you are not doing the work other than posting your content. It works, but it's not the best. The other option for you is going to find what we call qualified leads and then contact them and see if they are willing to just hire you for something. The Let me go back there because that's going to be useful for me. um, the thing that is important here is, at least for me, uh, is if you are just starting, your take home, the amount that you are going to be paid for the work that you're doing is going to be tiny. It's going to be smaller than me, because I've been doing that for 20 years. But it doesn't mean that it needs to remain tiny forever. It just means that in the beginning, you may have some things that is going to happen that will just be fine and be kind of cheaper works. Nonetheless, the best thing that you have is the people that are around you. So if you are someone that is doing some websites and apps and so on, and you are building them in code as well as in design, you can go to your hairdresser and just say, oh, I saw that your website was kind of old. I did this for you. It's free work. I know. It's really bad. Don't do it too much. But you do that. And then if the work that you've done is really good, they might get more clients. They might get better outputs. They might get like more business incoming to the hairdresser, the salon, and so on. And maybe, I don't know, it depends. Maybe your next like 10 cuts are free. Maybe you have like a 50% discount friends and family things that happens to be in place in that hairdresser just because you've done the website. Is it as good as getting paid? Nah. But is it something? Yeah. Do you have work that you can showcase to potential other clients? Yeah. And that's the beginning. Like that's the thing that you kind of need to do in the beginning to get your portfolio to look like something that is not just the same as usual. Spotify redesign, Facebook redesign, a bit of a YouTube redesign, because that's the base that most people are doing. But by the fact that you're saying right here that you are um, doing things that you like, you are coming up um, with product that you like, kind of thing. Uh, that's pretty good. But it's also like not client work, so you may not have the wording and the explanation vernacular that goes with it, which is fine. You don't need it in the beginning, but you kind of need to understand how to talk to clients and how client talks and how companies talks and so on. So my best advice, as always, is for you to just get in the work, figure out what will make sense for the things in question. Also, let me just. Yeah, damn. I clicked. I clicked the link. I just clicked the link. It's, God damn it. Anyways. um So, doing that by doing the work for the hairdresser downstairs, the restaurants that you go to often, um, things that are like small shops. For example, I have one. I don't know if I have it. Um, I don't. I do. I do. So this one, for example, is for my accountant. She is doing. She has a website, but the website is shit, obviously, or at least the last one that I saw is kind of shit. And I spinned up something like this, and I'm probably gonna see her soon-ish. I will say in the next months for sure. And I have the zip on my phone. And the next time I'm going there, I'm gonna just drop that and say, "Oh, I did that, by the way." Just because. And it's a simple enough AI generated thing that I didn't spend too much time on. I just spent a bit of time in an afternoon saying, well, we want the color scheme to be this. We want the effect and the design to be kind of luxury related because that's the main goal. And here is everything that we have. So let's just build some sort of a shell for that website. And then if they end up using it, they can wire up their form thing if they have one. They can wire up other things. I don't really care, but it's better than what they have. Obviously, I have a very specific type of relationship with my accountant. Uh, so that doesn't work for everyone. But because this is a bit of a family type relationship, friend of the family for a long time, she was helping my dad with the money, and then now she is helping the children with the money, and we don't really pay. Kinda, we do, but not really, but kinda. Just me being grateful and saying, you know what, you are giving us so much in returns for us having no real relationship compared to what you had with the dad. Let me just spin something for you. Small details, small things. It doesn't really matter, but it's just like something like this that could help. So that's one of the things that you could do. And it's very important, goddamn, it's very important to do that in a way that is like targeting the shops and the places that are not flooded in money and have the need for your things. In the past, um, in the I don't think this is gonna work, but I'm gonna see if it does. It does. In the in the past, in my drafts, I have this thing, which now that I'm looking at it, it's shit. But it's better than what we had. I had this bar that I used to go every day, every week, let's say every week, just for safety's sake. And that was the design that they used to have. Um, and like that was not really good from my taste. So I said, you know what, let me just build something better. It's not as much better than it is, but it's better than what they had in my eyes. And I just gave them that. I said, well, we have this. This is a zip. You can use it if you want to. I don't really care. Turns out they didn't because they were selling the shop 2 months later. So they were like, well, I don't need that. They don't need a better promotion right now. So it happens. I wasn't aware of anything that is in the business sides, but I did this. It helped. It made a piece of my portfolio at some point in my career. And then from there, I was like, cool, I have something that I can showcase to potential users, potential hiring people, and so on. That's going to be the thing. Um, for the relation reasons, as it was getting annoying that business partner of my dad contacted me directly outside office hours, get small shit things to get small shit things changed on their website. Oh yeah, no, I get that. I can't read as always, but this is a bit of a different system. I do agree that there is something that is like there is an expectation in some way that if the website kind of breaks, if I'm giving it to her, then I'm roughly responsible. And therefore they would probably contact me if they had like some needs for some design changes and so on. But but if I get in and I explain properly that this is not the case, this is just I've done the design for something, and you know it's for you as a gift for what you're doing for me, but that's it. You still need to get your webmaster to take care of it. You still need to get your IT people to take care of the implementation of the things and so on. But yeah, um, but I get it. Again, I have like a very strong, not really. I have a very strong relationship with the client that I work with. For example, the latest client that I have, I know that I offered to not take over, but like at least take a look at what they are creating afterwards. So if they are like, we've made the, it's not there. We've made um the entirety of, I'm not gonna open this one because this is gonna be client-based content. Oh, it is open. I just couldn't read. My bad. We've done this, which was the presentation, and that's like, sorry, right? I shared this with them. I showed them like how it looks, how it's supposed to be implemented, what is the base. It's just a style guide and the content and all the thing that they needed to have in order to get the brand out of there, but not necessarily like the implementation and so on. And so I offered to say, I know you have a pitch deck to build and a brand guideline presentation that you have to give to your VCs. If you want me to take a look before you send it to them, please do so. So I can give you some guidance here and there. So I offered to do that because I have that type of relationship with the clients that I work with. But there are other clients that I've worked with that I've said at the end of the things, that concludes our work together. Thanks a lot for your business. Have a good day. Not see you next time. Have a good day. Have a good rest of your week. You know, like the usual thing. But with that client, because they came in once, we had a good time with their own branding, and then they came back to me and they said, we have another branding project because now I'm building an app. Um, that's the thing. Let's build it together. We build the thing. And we kind of know that in about a year and a half, 2 years, the branding of this thing is probably going to need to have some evolutions, some changes, some things. And we probably going to do that together. So if it's in 2 years, that's fine. The good thing, because it's a returning client, um, they are also promoting slash giving me some potential other clients, um, in the sense that during that work last month, they sent an email to another person that they know that also was looking for design work. And they included me in the email and they said, well, we have that person that we work with. If you are interested in so on, like you can contact me. And they didn't have, or they haven't just yet. But if they do, if that other person is contacting me at some point, that client here is getting 15% discount on their next run, just because it happens. Salma, which is the person that has given me that client, if Salma contract me again, they're getting 15% discount as well, because it's the referral fees or the referral discount, which makes a lot of sense. Same thing. Nonetheless, to go back to the discussion and the initial discussion thing, the system and the way for you to get new clients is mostly going to be making sure that you have like the presentation of your work and that you have enough work to present. If right now you don't have enough client works, which is probably the case, I would highly recommend you to build some fake things or for some things for yourselves. So if you love Japanese, maybe you build an app to learn Japanese. If I don't know, you have a lot of perfumes, you you build an app for the perfumes collection you have, you know. So that's the type of thing that I'm doing, for example. Um, it's just easier for me to just create some apps and projects and landing pages and so on that make sense and work in order to then be able to just showcase things. By the way, your own, in order to we're gonna take a look at that, answer your usual question. This is going pretty good, and it's the title of today's stream. We are, as I mentioned, I think 95% of the way there. We have the landing page that is okay, not great, but okay. The presentation is fine. It's not the best option, but the NPM package is there. It's good. It's working. And then the icon system is good and working. The docs are good and working. And the only thing that I need to do is obfuscate the CSS part because the CSS part is the thing that I'm selling. And therefore, it's not going to be in there. So, yeah. Other than that, we are almost done. I just need this. And then, yeah. Well, you missed it, Larkham. It's just, it's right there, right in front of you. It's, yeah. But work on it. So that's the thing. What you currently have is something that broke. Okay, that whole thing kind of broke uh unloading, which is okay, but whatever. Interesting. It just didn't load. Interesting background, interesting effects. I'm gonna do something as a regular check, like I always do. Do you have this? You do not. Yeah, your entry animation is lagging and glitching at times. So that's not the greatest thing, but it's fine. Um, this is really cool as a hero section, not necessarily as a website. The cursor override thing is debatable, but understandable. You can drag stuff around. That's crazy. Uh, that's good, I think. I'm looking at the side stuff. Things are lagging. That was bad. That transition with your color radius here changing is really bad. Um, it's good. You're probably working with a full screen behavior. Just that, like that's kind of weird as a placement. But I'm again, you're saying that you're working on it. Um, but it's fine. You have some very interesting choice of design right there. Like that line on the side doesn't need to be here. I mean, shouldn't be here. Not doesn't need to. Um, the thing that I would say is that it's better than a basic AI generated output, but it is very AI generated coded. There is a ton of things in there that just scream this has been uh, made by Claude, and yeah, your animations are very slow, very slow, and very breaking. This is not this is not a good thing. Um, but let me uh, let me give you some pointers that's gonna help. So let's get there. The font already is the font that is currently used on every single AI product. So this is a bit of a tale of an AI generated website. Not that it's a bad thing, but it is a bad thing. You have what we call eyebrows in every single section. This is too much, and this is very much something that is um again, a tale of AI generated content. Specifically, these ones with the dash in front that is not like an M dash, but it's still an M dash type of things. So this is really bad in terms of not looking AI generated. That's the first thing that I'm seeing. So you have it here as well. These sections with that font and the layout in itself is the same issue as earlier. Like that font is very much an AI generated font, which is fine, but we want to avoid that. Um, in the in here, same thing. This chart, and I know this is wild because it's just a fucking bar charts. Yeah, this is what we call an eyebrow, and if you look at your um Claude generated thing right about here, you have um most of the time it's going to name it eyebrow right there. I couldn't read, but it's right there. So the the system already knows what it is and how it's named. So that's the thing that I would get rid of and or implement it in a different way. That looks AI generated in many ways. I'm gonna use um my own website to show you what I'm talking about. These things are AI generated as well, and you can kind of tell based on the font and the colors and and so on. Like this font is changed. It's not like the default font that Claude uses, but it is still very much AI generated landing page. I have made some changes, obviously, to make it like more human and interactive and fun, which is the same thing that you've done. But there are still some tails here and there, like the full width dividers that makes absolutely no sense. So, you know, small things. Anyways, here, these are interesting cards. The dividers themselves are way too strong from what they are. Like these ones are good with the opacity that they have. These ones are way too strong. So they are kind of breaking things in terms of your hierarchy of information when you're reading the cards. So I would change that. Same thing. This is not an eyebrow, but it is an eyebrow. The dash in the front is the thing that is going to be like kind of the tail in question. And then obviously the M dash is every time that I'm working on a landing page with Claude, for example, I'm then going in my code and highlighting this, doing a Control F or Command F, and then replacing all with a comma space instead. And it makes it like not look as if it was AI generated, even though the text is still And I'm usually also going back in and just retyping things when it doesn't make any sense. This one is fine. I know. This one is fine because it's, even if it is an eyebrow, it is a different design than the usual. And if you just have one in the entire landing page, then that's okay. If it's not like at the top. So that's a thing. I also wanted to mention this. That line on the side that I mentioned is a very big tell of AI generated things right now with the like with the side line border things. So yeah, that's that's a thing that I would remove. Same thing for the borders. Right there, it's too strong for what it is. Same at the bottom. So yeah, I don't think I don't think I would. I mean, I understand that you have these things to navigate and see things. I feel like by the simple fact that it is automatically going to cycle through, most users will probably not do that. Probably not. And then this is a bigger issue for me, and I'm having the same issue on the landing page on my end. Let me just it is so much cleaner when you don't have the periods at the ends of every titles that you have. The amount of times that the AIs is adding the dot, the period at the end of the sentence makes the things weird. It makes sense to have a period at the end of sentences, but when you remove them specifically for titles, you end up with something that is so much cleaner. Like right here, if you remove these two, it's going to be better. If you remove this one, it's going to be better. If you remove these two, it's going to be better. Mainly because it's just like heading titles, and does it make any sense to have like a period after that sentence? Like it's just weird. So if you have a comma and then a period, that's fine. That's okay. That makes sense. But it also doesn't really make a lot of sense to have it here. So, you know, this thing is moving, but weird moving. Anyways, so that's for the landing page. You have a ton of things that are interactive that might not be the most intuitive thing. And then your parallax thing is kind of, it's a gimmick. It works. It's fun. I don't mind it. I'm seeing things. Loading time on this. Oh my god. This is so broken. Let me not be on that page. The fact that this thing is like interactive is really cool. I like this a lot. I feel like this is a very good idea to present how it works. I just have like one kind of issue with it in a way, not really, but kind of. It presents the tool in a light that is potentially not as good as we want it to be, in the sense that if the website looks like this, if what we see in the background is the actual website / app that you're building, I don't know if it would work for regular client. Uh, Mainly because that color scheme, the dark mode, the the kind of tech environment, the grain in the background, and so on, there might be a lot of people that look at it and say, ugh, I don't know if I can see that as a tool to use within my restaurant, within my display, within my things. And that's the that might be an issue. If you have like a light mode or a dark mode or different thing based on, use case and so on, it might be cool. But you also need to make sure that the design that you're building is aligned with the target audience that you have. So if your target audience is the venues, the restaurants, the bars, the small shops that have tables and so on, it needs to fit their environments. It needs to be easier for them to use your tools than the one that they are currently using. And therefore, you need like so much information already about what they are using, how it works, how it looks, and so on. But one of the things that is in here that I wanted to showcase is that uh-uh. That's a no. That corner radius is a no. That's a no. Never. The double corner radius is not a good idea. Not a good idea. And you have this on some other things, so not the best. This is interesting in metrics and shit. You have things in product section, if I remember correctly, if we scroll back down to just not be in there. I hate this. uh, this is what we call scroll hijacking. And for designers, this is the type of thing that would make me, if it was on the homepage, and if it wasn't something that you asked me to take a look at, I would close the website instantly. And the fact that I'm doing this means that other people are doing this as well, not meaning that everyone is doing it, but having a scroll that is vertical, that moves content horizontally, is such a weird thing. Most people hate it, and it makes absolutely no sense. So I would recommend you don't do that. But if you really want to have a section that does this, keep it, but it might be a deal breaker for some things. So, yeah. And then I obviously, obviously didn't read shit on everything. I just looked at the design and how it's implemented and so on. I am seeing a lot of issues with how typography is uh, implemented, specifically this one, by the fact that each of your characters is cropped by the next one, which implies that you roughly are not using a font. Uh, that's kind of bad. So the Y right here, specifically the bottom section, is such a cropped things. Um, you're probably using a ton of spans in there. Like that's what I'm expecting here. Yep, that is the case. You have a span per letter instead of giving a fucking word, like a whole thing. Like if I do this and we go into the E and let's just take that with the space in the right spot and that out so that it does this entire thing, then I'm gonna just do can I delete that? I'm gonna delete that. That's my first pan. Cool. If you do this, it's already a bit better. You obviously have a bit of a crop in your line height that is cropping things, and you have your overflow hidden, which you need to have your overflow visible in order to make this work. Again, if you're using Claude, Claude is going to take care of that at some point. But that, obviously, the split is done because you have a character by character animation section where all of your letters are plopping in one by one, kind of. So that's the reason, I think. But yeah, don't do that. Or at least if you want to do this, make sure that you have uh, each of your spans, if yeah, each of your things at the bottom that have um, an overflow visible instead. So if I go into there and we have the overflow hidden, they now have like a proper presentation, and you already have like the animation would work and so on. Anyways, so overall, it's good enough. But right now, for example, I lost my cursor. The cursor is like not working anymore. Like it was kind of broken. Anyways, small details, more things. And then again, me being me, the fact that you have basically a dual navigation where you have your first header followed by your center header for the navigation, and then your button on the other side with the wrong amount of padding on the right side itself. It has too much on the right. It needs to be equal to the top and bottom. It's kind of breaking me. Like there are stuff that just don't make any sense. The black background that doesn't make sense could be removed, should be removed. Debatable. As a reference of something that is very much similar to what you have created, the Yoker app that we've worked on with fills is roughly the same concept as a header, right? It's a floating element that's going to be transparent and kind of glassy E. And I don't have like a sub navigation thing, and my buttons are proper buttons within the header. So that's the preferred option. I do like that. Other than that, I I have a specific feeling about it that I can't shake, which is it looks like a Hitman 47 interface. It looks like the UI that I'm expecting to see in the latest James Bond 007 video game that just came out. It it looks like something that is from an IT like security type of thing instead of an hospitality type of thing. So that might be like my bias in a way. It might just be the color. It might just need to not be that bright neon yellow thing. But it feels nothing like a restaurant hosting uh, guest management system. it it is tech, and that's why like the IT part is okay. But the animations that you have in your backgrounds right here with the dots and the presentation that happens might be too much. Might be too much. Nonetheless, something that is also very important, I feel like if the UI look like this, it's not an issue either. It just means that you may have some clients that won't buy because it's just not the vibe that they want to have. At the end of the day, this is the in-house business tablet slash the kiosk at the entrance or the staff room somewhere. So it's not necessarily customer facing. It's just staff facing. So it needs to be as usable as possible. Um, to just get the thing and get the thing in the sense that people understand how it works and how things are going to be behaving when they are using the app. Um, so it doesn't like the UI doesn't really matter as long as it's useful and usable. Other than that, the landing page is good. It is massive though. Um, like there is so much thing that feel like it's not necessarily useful, but yeah. Um, yeah, I saw that I think you have that in the product section, in one of the horizontal slides, you have the WhatsApp stuff. And I'm guessing, I mean, based on the fact that this is for guests and this is for venues, I understand the difference between the two. Also, I just changed page and you didn't move me back to the top. Not that it matters, but like product is moving me back to the top, venues didn't. So that's an interesting thing. Interesting system. Um, Nonetheless, still still true. As a project showcase for potential clients to hire you, this is really good. Um, as a product that you can make passive income from it, this is pretty good. The complexity of what goes with it is massive. And I don't know if you grasp the scale of a project like this. And I'm not saying that in the sense that I want to scare you on what it is. I know how complex these things are, and I know how unprepared most of us are the first time that we see something like this, because I have done one and I was not prepared whatsoever. I messed things up so bad because I just didn't understand how the thing was supposed to work, and it wasn't good. It wasn't good. So one of the things that I can recommend you to do if you haven't done already, and I'm guessing you probably have, um, is limiting yourself to one side first and making sure that it works 100% of the time. And then once that's done, focus on the other side. So the one side that is going to pay you is the venues, the restaurants, the places. So you need the interface to be as close to what they currently have with all the benefits that you are bringing in without necessarily being something that change their habits too much. Like that's the most important part. Because otherwise they would never change because their teams have been trained, their the environment is built around the thing that they're already using and so on, and it needs to be like to the T exactly how it works and so on. After that, you can work on the guest section, but it's not like the most important thing. I feel like the guest section is almost useless on your end, because if your system takes in WhatsApp, messengers, chatbots, website related things where people can book a table, a seat, and something, then they don't need an app. They might need an app to browse the the restaurants, the places that are using your system, but technically speaking, that could be a website and they could do everything from the website itself, and it would be good enough, and they don't need an app. So that's another thing to like relieve you of some work and avoid you to overwork yourself. Um, in order to go into how you could present that better, this is a big question. um, it's I'm going to use Planety, which is a bit of a different system, but it's also like it's a French system for bookings, mostly for anything that is like hairdressers, barbers, nail salons, and like beauty and so on. This is what I, as a potential customer, is doing and seeing on the website. So what I see here is what the thing is providing. I'm not seeing what the tech is, because this is what you're doing right there. Right now, you are presenting and selling me on how the tech is gonna benefit me. I don't give a shit. I'm a user. I want to find a barber at Paris, and it's just gonna send me wherever I did the search, right? Under that, I have some information about the project and what it is and so on. But the first thing that I see is what is the most beneficial to me. That just says I'm looking for not titties, but maybe um, a spa. And I looked at for Paris again because that's going to make sense. And it's just going to show me like wherever places. Maybe I like this one. I'm going to see which one it is. This is L'Empire. And maybe I'm going to go there, but that's the benefits. That's what the project and the product is giving me as a user. And then if I'm a pro, I just go there and then I define what it is. I have all of my questions, all of my things, and I'm just like in there. There is a getting a call, whatever. All of that is feasible. At the end of the day, you just end up with a call with them to have them install their services, so their OS thing on their tablets, and it costs uh, that much, and you don't know. So, you know, that's the system. It's really useful in the end, but it's the same concept in a way, except that this one is more for beauty stuff and yours is more for restaurants. Um, so yeah, the idea is for people to have the app. I don't plan to have a website for people to find restaurants. What does the guest do with the apps? Like, what's the benefit of the app? Because right now, if this is not like the content that you have on the website, that you should have on the website, I don't think this is making any sense. If the idea is to, on the app, have the list of all the restaurants, and then book from there. You can do that on the web as well, and you know, like it would make more sense. But again, um, I get it. However, I don't know if you're on that side of TikTok just yet. I don't know if you are on TikTok and looking at things on a daily basis. In the past 2 months, I have seen so many people crash out about anything requiring an app, or if there is a need for an app requiring an account. So if you have a thing that could be a website that is requiring you to download an app and then create an account, you are losing a portion of the potential users that you may have had in the first place. Um, but yeah, but it's just like it's a weird thing. But then again, with the data that you're talking about, yes, there is a need as well for the same thing where because you are storing your data, then it's easier to store that. But yeah, the thing that I'm looking at right now. I get it. But yeah. Um, I don't even know if it's good for people that don't know. That's the thing. I think I mean, I don't know exactly how that can work in a city, mainly because it's really complicated to for you specifically as the creator of the app to get users guessed on the app when the only thing that you have on the app as restaurants is like the spot that you have downstairs from your flat or three things. If you don't have a good portion of the restaurants that are in your area already, then the app itself becomes kind of useless, and it's going to be really hard to grow and use and you to sell it to other people. It has potential. I'm not saying no to that. It's just like really complex right now in this climate and in this environment of stores and already existing systems that are roughly similar to be able to just overthrow an existing thing. Like for example, Planety, the one that I showcased earlier, is for barbers and so on. The reason why I know about it is because my hairdresser has it. And the reason that my hairdresser has it is because they had like one of the guy of the team came in and said, "Oh yeah, we would be willing to just set it up for you. No issues." And they didn't have anything before. That's the important part. They didn't have any booking, like online booking system that was making sense. The best option at that point or until that point was you call in and then you expect or you hope for the ability to just get a haircut when you want based on their bookings, but you didn't have an option to just check. Now, if I don't want to call them, I mean that's never the case. I just go downstairs because it's downstairs for me. But if I didn't, I would just go on the website, which is basically a plenty thing, select who I want to get the haircut from and the date, and then I'm done. Has the same system. So yeah, that's the I would say that's the most complicated parts that I see for this to become a potential business that is viable. It's not impossible. It's just going to be hard, and I'm not against it. I think you should do it. I'm not pushing away from it. I think it's a very good idea, and depending on where you live and how things are currently in place, 100% an option. Um, like for example, I forgot the name of this thing. Um, let me just uh, let me just go there. Uh, where there. So that shop, for example, Italian shop, um, is not, or they do. They have a thing where you can order online. And if I do on click and collect, which is like what they currently have, I guess for you is probably going to be something like this, which let's see what they're using. They're using bookings from ZenChef. ZenChef is another one that we know about, um, which you can take as a reference potentially. um, I'm guessing it's the same system. Let me just give you that. It's French though, so don't worry about it. But the only reason why the app is good and or feasible, usable in that sense is because they have so many restaurants that are um, in the app. So if you to answer that question, I'm usually using Uber Eats to discover restaurants around where I am when I'm traveling because it is easier to just check the map there and just be like, okay, cool. So that's where I currently live. This is everything that I have around me. Let me go there. Like the menu looks cool. Let me just go there, and I can do click and collect and so on. So that's kind of the idea, the system, the thing. Um, that they have a good designer. um, anyways, I think the main system, or again, the main issue that I have from my external point of view, and I don't know how much work you've already done to make this work, but maybe you have. In order for this to work, and in order to, have this, like let's not do a booking a table, but um this is the online booking type of thing, and this is coming from this system, which is very, very similar. It's a booking system um, for online orders and so on. I guess it's very similar because it's not like just apparently based on what I'm seeing here, it's not just the online booking. It's mostly also like the seating for the plan de salle, which is the room plan and what they have in there. So this one is interesting in what they currently have. They probably have like a ton of things in there that are similar to what you already have, and so on. The colors of Zen Chef, specifically for the app, is Um, that's wrong. The color of Zen Chef for the app is olive oil colors, and their branding is blue. Cleaner. But the first one is olive oil color. Like that is that is the case. Very French. Very French. Um, then again, the main reason why this thing is working is because of that. They have the Zen Chef with um, like with the teller, the cashier has that, and therefore they have the list of the restaurants. Uber Eats has the list of the restaurants. Right now, I'm unsure about your ability to have the restaurants and to convert things. Like what is again, I'm coming in from a business point of view, as in I'm a restaurant you're currently pitching to me. I need to implement something. I already have something else in place. What makes you different? Cool. You provide an app that gives user the ability to just quickly get a table. Okay, cool. It's a quick reservation system. It makes sense. It's fine. It's good. I understand. Let me say yes. You have me. Users will only be able to see me because I'm the only current users. And at that point, the app can't function. And the restaurants do not get real benefits other than um, what you have. I think, I don't think it's in product. I think it's in for venues that you have. Other than the room plan with the tables and where the guests are. Like this is something that is probably going to be really useful to them, specifically if it's like half automated, um, linked with the server's app on their phones. If you are doing an Apple type of way where they're just using the app for the venues, and then from the phones, the staff is ordering things that goes into the kitchen, like all of that ecosystem of things that is really useful to know that like your chefs are currently preparing, making the food for table 11 is really useful. The fact that it's done and that it's flash on when it just is mentioned by the chefs of we have the 11, it's there. You can send them to the table. Like that type of thing is really useful. Probably already the case within the system that they already have, but that's it. So again, from what I'm saying, I would do that first as a business strategy and development of the project and the product in the long term. You start by saying we are the best uh, room management, seating, kitchen to staff communication system that you may ever had. It works with your staff is using the app to take orders from the tables. It goes directly to the kitchen. The kitchen receive like a ticket that has everything right away. And then once the kitchen mark an order as done, it flashed on the app of the staff that is like supposed to pick it up and bring it to the table because the staff is assigned to a specific table and so on. That would be really useful. You do that first. You do not touch the guest for like a year, if not more. Um, and then once that's done, you introduce the guest app. But like in a year and a half, 2 years, if not more, when you have onboarded so many restaurants that you have a massive like 1,000 to 100,000 of restaurants places that are using the app, um, then you introduce the app for the guests to have their profiles, to get there, to book and so on. But like not the other way around. Right now, I feel like you're trying to build both at the same time, and I'm kind of scared of that. Tapping doesn't need to manually sign every restaurant before it has a restaurant list. Being possible, the restaurant list comes in layer open license, place data first, enrichments second, restaurant claim third, real booking integration last. Ugh. I the my red alerts in my brain as a business, you are I'm not saying you're making a mistake, but these types of apps are expected to be free from a guest perspective. So if I'm a guest and I'm looking at the list of restaurants that are coming from the open slash licensed places that you have, and so on, um, it means that in the first place, because you're starting with the guest list to discover restaurants and so on, in a way, with the guest preferences and culinary profile, as you like the gourmet profile, as you said it, all of that is not making you any money, cannot make you any money, cannot sustain your development cycles, and you don't have a way to stay viable to potentially pitch to the restaurants later of saying, hey, we have this thing to optimize your floor work, like making sure that your staff has the best hospitality in the restaurants. That we are taking your experience, your on the floor experience for your staff to the next level. Like that's the thing that we do. I feel like this is going to be complicated if you do that. If you do that, like list of restaurants first, and then integration with the restaurants with the booking and so on. I'm probably missing some pieces. I'm not gonna lie. Obviously, I'm missing some things because we are just in the chat talking about it. Jonathan, welcome in. Welcome back. How are you? How have you been? How's everything? Also, these are feats. I think you are probably gonna miss the target by nothing again. Today has been a weird way. Um, yeah, but do you? I understand that it has benefits. I'm just saying that in the little time that we had and the little amount of interaction that we have about the project and the thing, I fear for you in the order in which you are building the thing, and I would hate for you to not be successful because the project is a good idea. But I fear that the order in which you are going toward that fixing the issue is going to impact you negatively in the long term, mainly because it's just not financially sustainable in the beginning because of the amount of work that needs to go into all the pieces. So again, for me, I would focus on where the money is. This is the business me talking as always, uh, which is the only people that are going to pay for your things are going to be restaurants as a subscription system, as a one-time fee, as a maintenance fee. I don't know, but something that is like recurring for you that will then allow you to hire some people, get the app better, get the system better, get some update, and so on. And that's the in my eyes and in my brain and in my business thinking brain, I think venues first, all the setups, all the floor setups, all the supplier setups, all the things that you have in your head right now. But what I fear is the integration with the rest. That's the reason. Even if I'm pulling from a list of restaurants from the web, a list of restaurants from the licenses that exist, I'm not getting anything. The users, that is the guest, is probably getting something, but it's like it basically means that the first version of the app, from a guest perspective, from what we have said, is here is a list of restaurants. That's the first version. And then you can't do shit. You can just discover things that are around you based on licenses, based on whatever. The second version for the guest is going to be here is a list of restaurants you can not order from them, but you can like book a table. Nishit, welcome on in. How are you? How have you been? How's the day going? And then maybe in the future you would have like a book, a click and collect things with the restaurant's delivery system potentials, or just pick up system because it works, and then the delivery system if they have one. But that's the only viable path that I see for the guest thing. And if you just do the guest thing is going to be free, meaning that it's not bringing in any profit, business, money in the bank for you until you have at least one restaurant that is paying for the things. After that, you're kind of good. So that's why my business brain is telling me go for the restaurants first and the supplier first, kind of the people that will pay you. Provide them with a business incentive that is like, oh yeah, we are cheaper than your current solution. We do the exact same thing and this and that on top. And it's like, I don't know, $15 cheaper per month. Or at these levels for restaurants, it's probably going to be at something like 250K a year or some shit like this. Not really, but like 5K a month, or, like these type of things. So 500 off compared to the thing that they're currently paying is potentially an option. But you need to be like as solid and non-breaking as possible to maintain everything that is happening within the restaurants, because they are paying you for the thing. And then you move on to the customers. But like, if my brain is just telling me this is not gonna end well. If you don't have revenue in the beginning, you will end up with something that is like stale, and the data is gonna be potentially untrustworthy if you're just looking for licenses, because I don't know if it also takes into consideration the fact that a restaurant or place has closed. Like, is that a thing? did you did the thing close? Did it work? Is it thriving? Did they change the address, and you only have the address that is from the license that you got? Like, there is so much things that my brain is firing onto that I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. Going back to your question though, because that's important. You said, how could I present it better? I think this section for the venues is good based on what you're presenting, how you're presenting it, and so on. There are some design changes that I would do based on the fact that I see this as an AI generated thing. Most restaurant owner would not know what an AI generated thing is, so it doesn't really matter. It's just like a teeny tiny amount of changes for like your border colors, your hover sections here and there, some of your, as I mentioned before, your corner radius, right there, for example, needs to be kind of the same or not the same, but like this is weird. Double corners is never a good idea. Um, but yeah, other than that, yeah. Um, congrats on that, the shit. That might be good. That might be good. But you know, the landing page is good. The understanding of what the thing is doing is pretty good. The business direction might not, but again, I don't have all of the information. I just have the slight amount of information that we have been in between the things. In terms of branding, I think it's a striking branding, which is pretty good. It's something that people will remember when it comes to restaurants and other things. But um, I couldn't class. Welcome on in. Welcome back. What tilt? There is no tilt. It's your brain. I would probably go with something light mode first in order uh, to appeal to some restaurant stuff, but I think it's pretty fine. I think if your landing page was light mode, and you know, have a that is not doing anything. That might help for some people, but yeah, I think the landing page needs to be light mode and or dark mode so that the again, the restaurants might have the app in light mode during the day and in dark mode during the evening shift. Like that is the type of thing that could happen. But other than that, yeah. Hungry people, hi, welcome on in. How are you? I just found out that as of about a week ago, Cloud Design removed their separate usage, and now I choose through regular Cloud usage like Notemo. I didn't see that happen, but I'm happy that now I know. I'm happy that I'm not using it either, so that's a good thing. But that's crazy. I also heard that Cursor has doubled usage for new members of teams. So, for example, if I were to get a new person in my team, they would have double the amount of usage, and I would get double the amount of usage for the same amount of price, which is bad because that would mean that I would need to have to pay them more, like twice as much. So that's not a good idea. That is not a good idea. Other than that, there is something that is very important when it comes to food. And basically, there are some colors that don't really work with food. And that's one of the reasons why most of the food apps are going to be green, blue, sometimes orange, but most of the time green or blue, and most of the time green in any capacity, any types of green, but like, yeah. I get it. So that's why I'm saying it's striking and it's interesting. It will be something that stands out from a user point of view, where you end up on this and you're like, well, cool. I see what it is. I remember because it's like that branding was so bright and so interesting or so different. But again, going back to what I said earlier, it looks like Nightfall, 007, latest video games, Hitman. All of these things are very, very much tech related. And as Dapshi just said, it does have that gaming vibe that might not be the thing that you want to have. So I don't know. Unless you want to go with the gaming vibe for your restaurants, and you're targeting some of the younger restaurants that are existing. Like if you go into, um, is that the thing? Like these. Sorry if you're hungry now. Uh, Round Heg Bun is a store that popped in not so long ago. It is shit. Don't go there. But just in case. Um, they have like a very young audience and a very young um, managers and things. And so if you went with the gaming vibe for the startups of restaurants, like the newer gen of chefs and so on, that might work. You know, like it might be cool. If you take the difference in between, um, this is probably not gonna work, but still gonna see. Am I logged in? I don't think I am, which is good. And then let me just add a split and go into there. And let's hope for the best that it's not doing the same fucking shit again. It is. God damn it. So, Deliveroo is one of the striking one in the realm of delivery apps. It uses this very bright teal that most of the others don't use. And it stands out, and their logo stands out as something that is specifically in the beginning when there was no delivery apps yet. Um, it stood out. Uber in the first place was very green and fine. Now it's mostly black, but they still have some of the green inside of it. But you can see kinda that this one is striking and trying to not not stand out, not being the same as the others. This one is not standing out because it's the default. Anyone that is building a food delivering app is going to use Uber Eats as a reference. So obviously they don't care anymore. But it is the type of thing that you need to think about when you're looking at other things. So Zen Chef, which is the one that we are having in France, which is a replacement for another system, which is like L'Addition, the other one. That these two things, like this one is red, so that stands out. This one is blue, and their app is olive green, kind of thing. So different system, different ID, different concept, and so on. They don't have a ton of reviews. 21 reviews at 4.4. It's fine, but it's not like the best option. And they don't have in-app purchases, which is good. Yeah. It's the type of thing. So, I don't think it looks premium. I think it looks tech more than premium. The background is good. The noise that you have in the background is interesting and neat. If you want to be premium, you're gonna hate me. If you want to be premium, you kind of need to go into the black and white system. So um, the Rolex website that we were looking at last time with Denny, the color scheme here is going to be gold tinted for some of the text, but everything else is very much black and white, except this thing that's kind of green for the new section because it's the Rolex green. But if you don't pay attention to that, if I'm going into that watch specifically, and then I have like the details of this, we are in a very black and white-ish system. They just have this gradient on the text. That is the only color scheme shift that they have, but most of the content on that website is black and white. Have a good rest of your day, Thindle. Take care of yourself. If you want to know how much it costs to live in France next time, please do so. In here, yes, in here, this is really good because that's the Chrome type of thing. This is good, but for here, I feel like this is you kind of need to have that black and white with more white than black, or with no texture. So that's the other thing. The noise might make this thing feel cheap. And yeah, I also didn't see that there is like an animation background right there flying through. That's crazy. Didn't see it. You know, I know. The noise is good. I do like noise. I am not. You can't really see it, but I have some as well. What I have in here is the same vibe. Congrats on lending. Goddamn. Same ID. And again, from what I said earlier, this is AI generated. You can tell that this is AI generated for many reasons, but that is one of the tells. And you can basically tell as well with the content that I have here that is very close to what you currently have. So design-wise, that is also one of the reasons why I'm like, I recognize that as a common behavior. Like we have something, but I would go with something like this instead of the bright pink, the bright yellow. Like that matcha green makes a lot more sense. The blue one is very light, but yeah, that thing. If you have them, I would love to take a look at it. I would love to do that. You know, you can see, you can tell. There's no question, you can tell. Nonetheless, there is just a lot of things in there that don't necessarily make sense for selling the concept and the IDs, and the branding on its own is potentially too electric, but it's not bad. That's the point that I want you to remember from all I've said. It's not bad. It's very unique. It's very branded in a way that is potentially good. The only issue that I have with it is that it might not be the right branding for the target audience that you have. And in the first place, I would go for light mode first, with the ability to get the dark mode. But again, restaurant owners don't necessarily have their phone in dark mode or their desktop in dark mode. They probably have it in the default, which is probably light mode, and that's what they will see. So if they see something that is dark mode first, they might be taken aback a tad, and by having it in light mode instead, it might just make it less tech related. Like the dark mode and the color is the thing that stands out as very much tech, the grain, the effects, the things. But if you go into light mode with a different yellow, because that yellow on light is never going to work, I, I know. um, it might just appeal to them a teeny tiny bit more, and might be a bit better. But again, I get it. Um, the issue that you would have, and I hate saying that, is the same that I have here. So this is my color. That green, which is for some people blue, this is the color that I use for 90% of my branding activities when I just don't have the colors in my head, because it's the X code that I just know by heart because it's that easy. This doesn't work in light mode. There is no question about it. And therefore, in light mode, I had to get a dulled down version of a color that is still green, but not the green that we wanted to have. But it feels lately, that might be just me, lately it feels that landing pages and apps and so on are better and preferred in light mode from a user perspective. So Yolka, for example, which is the other one that we have worked on, the light mode version of the landing page, even though very, very simple with that kind of same thing, olive green that we have, is better than the dark mode version, but they look very much the same, and they have so little contents that it doesn't really matter. For you, that has so much thing, not this one, that has so much thing going on in there, then there might be some there might be some things that just like the dark mode is not good for, and the color is not good for. The thing that my brain just said right now is there something in the restaurant industry that is using a very similar color in a negative way? Because I don't know that. Like, are there things that are in the sanitary thing, like the bags, the trash cans bags have like a cord that is bright yellow. I don't know. You know, like the yellow tape from the NYPD and so shit that we see on movies and TV shows. That type of link in the restaurant industry might be there, and I just don't know. Maybe you do. I don't know. But that's the type of thing that I'm like, okay, cool. So I would go toward this instead, from, again, me being a designer and branding is a thing that I do. I would check what is a, a positive link with the client target audience. So if the goal is to get into tech, do I have nearest neighbors? I don't. I don't. I don't. Do I have dressed? Yes. That's a branding that I've done last year, I think. That logo specifically, and then the usage is a bit of a different thing. But the the logo itself is that bright yellow, which is similar to the one that you have selected. It's a bit less yellow than yours. and that bright green is my bright greens. Doesn't really matter. The reason why we went with these colors is because we wanted to have something that is tech oriented, something that a tech founder will see and be like, "Oh yeah, that's tech. I get it. It's a bit of a cyberpunk related logos and IDs when it comes to the colors, the things, the content that we have put in place in there. But for the logo itself, because I knew that the goal was to be standing out in a realm of tech thing, we needed to take more space, still be AI driven because of, other things. So we have the stars with it, which is not the AI stars, but whatever. But we took these colors of very bright green, acid green, and cyber yellow because it's cyber and tech related. Potentially in the restaurant industry, there is something in there that every single restaurant needs to have and bring joy to the restaurant itself. And I'm going to say something dumb because I don't know, but maybe they are all ordering raspberries from a very specific farm or specific place, and they are the best raspberries in the world. And they come in with a case, and that case has a specific color, and that specific color is linked in their head with these raspberries. And if you use that color or something that is similar, their brain will be like, "Oh, that's the good thing. That's what I know as good. Like these are the best raspberries, but it's the same color, but it's not raspberries, it's something else." See what I mean? Like that's the type of thing. So here with that yellow, I might feel like this is not restaurant related, and therefore not see it as a positive, and see it more as a crime scene yellow tape, which is kind of sad. Not exactly what you want to have, but it works nonetheless. Um, Presenting it in light mode is going to be pretty useful, and making sure that you have uh, like things that make sense to the users and potential clients is going to be the best option. What what pissed me off in all of what I said so far is that I liked it. I personally love this thing. I feel like this is really good. I just fear for the potential user base and client that you will have that might not. But I love this thing. I think you've done a great job. I just don't think it works um, for the target audience goals. But yeah, it's mostly because of the color and and the styling that you have on the venue side, which this was kind of weird. Um, that is cute and nicely done. This is interestingly presented. I don't know if it's good, but it's interestingly presented. This one and this one are a bit weird. Um, like that looks very tech oriented and terminal based. So the same thing that you have in the guest section when you said you can interact with the terminal thing. That is like way too tech oriented for anyone to understand if they are not in the tech industry or in the tech bubble at home. Like if you don't have a husband or a wife or a girlfriend or boyfriend that is just working in tech, you've never seen any of that other than in movies. And in movies, the people that are using this is hackers, so you don't trust it. Like that's the thing. You just don't trust it because it's for hackers. Um, and This is good. This is debatable for the same reason. This one might be a bit too simplistic, but then going back to the one that we were on a second ago with l'addition, their design is absolute shit. I'm not. I'm not gonna lie. This is shit. This is kind of. This is kind of trash, but it works. They have clients, and they're making money, and they are still alive. So you know, that's the thing. Kane, hi. What morning? So I would, yeah. If I can get access to it, I would love to take a look. It's in order to not have that massive things. Because god damn. Let me click on that. Congrats on landing. God damn. Today is a landing day, apparently. Apparently that's a day for that. I guess yeah, everyone is landing. That's crazy. I'm not gonna make it. Look at it. Look at me miss the target. Ah, I did make it. Everyone is landing. It's time to land. It's time to land. That's what do I have to do on this one? Stony, I see the things. I see the things. I think you need to give me something somehow. Or just the IP above. Again, I do think that the business model, the business ID is a good ID. The product ID is a good ID. The business direction doesn't seem a good idea right now, but I don't have all the information. And the presentation of the project is a bit too much on the tech-oriented things instead of the rest. So that's the thing. I saw something for a second, which was good, but now I don't have access to it. Do I have specific thing to enter on this one? Like, do you have a test at gmail.com? Probably not. Gmail at test.com? Probably that's a better option. Cool. Interesting design. In dark mode, interesting design. Let me light mode this. Where is it? Where is it? Oh, interesting system. I see. I didn't see that. I didn't see these two things. And I click on English and it took a while. You have a bit of an issue on this one with the readability on this, but that doesn't really matter. Um, any specifics on this that you know I can take a look at with fake data, potentially, that we can have as a also, I recognize that Claude has tried to generate icons, and some of them are okay, but every time there is people in the icons, it's just like, it's a weird thing. It generates SVGs weird. There isn't the data if you go to another section. There is some data here. Let me go back into dark mode for everyone's sake. Even though it's good and it attracts some people to the stream, this is not a good option. Yeah. So this is kind of bad. That pinned thing not resizing the content is really bad. That shouldn't be the case. This should expand properly. But you know, whatever. Details. Details with details. It's probably just the rendering here based on where we are. Wow. Sorry, this is this is a lot of information. This is a lot of things in there. I get it. I know what it is and I know how it works, but yeah. Okay, so it does so much that I'm scared. It's delayed on many things, Kane. I agree with that. The PC have been some issues. I've been having some issues with the internet providers again, like always. So yeah, not the best. It makes sense. It just has such a hard time working. That's what I'm gonna say. It just like it's fine, but it's also like kind of complicated. Nonetheless, it doesn't really matter. Um, ah, something seems to be missing for me. I would love to see the restaurant plan. I mean, the thing that I've seen on the landing page is basically what I would love to see, but it's probably not in there just yet. And I'm gonna say that now. It does a lot of things, and that might not be the best options you could have, in the sense that when your product is doing too much, the unconscious thing that happens is you can't be doing that much well. So everything is probably going to be average and not excellent. Um, and that's the that's the thing. Specifically in the beginning, when you're just starting, if you have so much options, it feels weird. It- this is something that, again, to take the restaurant analogies and the relationship that we have with restaurants, my dad used to say, if the menus has more than 2 pages, we know that they can't do all of that. Um, I think color-wise, it's fine, but it's not great. It's just it's tech-oriented. It's too tech-oriented for me, and it's also going to, like, specifically in dark mode, it vibes with at night is going to be okay, but I would rather have, instead of your, can I do that? Let me check. Do you have your background is a set color? It's not a component. It's not a tag. Oh my God. Uh, you don't have a variable with your brain color slash accent color set up somewhere. Uh, oh my God. Um, yeah, but it should be in your main values, like your tailwind override things with the color should be in there. And I mean, maybe you have an accent thing, apparently you not. You have a primary, maybe you do. In the roots, you don't. God damn it. Anyways, uh, if this was that, it would not bother me as much if it was like just white instead of that yellow. I think it would be cleaner. Um, boy, you know, like the branding doesn't need to. Yeah. I think it's time to say that. I took too long. Uh, you are currently using colors as decoration instead of colors for usage, and you want your users to pay attention to things specifically. So if I'm here and you want me to look at things, the new booking is good. This is great. This is the right thing to showcase and highlight. That I don't give a shit. That I don't think if it's necessary. Like, it's probably just because it's supposed to be the image logo of the restaurants that I'm currently in, because it's my restaurants. But it's my restaurant, so I probably know where I am. So having the profile like icons doesn't necessarily make any sense. Um, and then the fact that the currently selected tab is highlighted in yellow, that's fine. But if you just inverted the thing, it could have worked as well. Um, the only thing that is very important for me is the cancellation rate right there, and the new booking options right there. The design on its own is pretty clean. It's big enough so that it is touch target feasible. So that right now I'm using a mouse, but if I'm in a restaurant, this is going to be on a tablet slash touch interface. So having them kind of bigger is a bit like, it's something that makes a lot more sense. So that's good. The the rest, if we go back into light mode, which is like much brighter, why is the new booking now not visible whatsoever? Like, it's not using the acid green that you have here. So I don't know. It feels like the new booking is not the important part, and the English is the important part, which again, 90 people, 90% of people are going to do something when it comes to light mode, dark mode, and languages that is, oh yeah, I like dark mode and I speak English. And then they will never touch it again in their life. Like it's not gonna happen. The amount of people that are switching between light and dark mode on a daily basis are devs, designers, and that's about it. And we are the only ones to check in between the two themes. But if we are not like one of these people, like my phone, my Android phone is switching in between the two all the time. My mom's phone has never known that a dark mode was in place in her life. She doesn't know. She has no clue. My sister might know. She might. She might. I don't know. But you know, it's the like that's the type of thing that happens. So these features, these things that you have here as controls might not be as useful as you think they are. They might be better to like place them in the sidebar instead because it's just like it's settings. So no need to have them all the times. Most importantly for me, the English Spanish switch. That's just like once you have selected your language, it's in the settings, and you go into the settings somewhere in here, probably to get access to like some things. But yeah, other than that, that's the main thing. Um, I don't think light mode is a bad thing. I think it works. I think most of the pages are going to be fine in terms of what we have in there. You still have some accessibility issues here and there, but that's fine. When you have that's again that's for you for later. When you have steppers like this is great for desktop. You can click that for desktop with no issues. Think about it when it comes to touch gesture, greasy hands. I just wash my hands. I have them kind of wet. I can't really be precise on a restaurant's interface. You need to have a side thing with minus here and plus there or the other way around, but not a stepper that is horizontal. So it's like that big ass button on both sides for plus and minus on every other ones. And I understand that it's going to take a lot more space, but you don't have a choice. This is the type of thing that needs to happen from a user point of view. They need to be able to tap on them, and they need to be able to tap on them while they are basically talking to the clients. So it needs to be a big enough touch targets so that they can just fat fingers and be good. Inventory is the same issue, same ID, but like most likely the inventory is not something that they would maintain and touch from the main computer. That might happen just on the desktop that is in the office, if there is an office. That's fine, same thing, same ID, same concept. I feel like the light mode is better for the user in the long term. The color in question is not as good, mainly because it's just not as readable, the colors that you have selected. Other than that, it's fine. If you get into this light mode thing on the landing page, I feel like this is going to be pretty good. Pretty useful as well. That is absolutely broken. I know you're working on it, but goddamn. And yeah, I remember that. So yeah, I still think a matcha green color might make more sense. A tomato sauce, like tomato sauce red is also an interesting thing. The one that we had, the app that I worked on that was very much similar in the fact that it was working on restaurants and making sure that we had seating, ordering, click and collect, all of that was in place in that app for an office cafeteria. That was raspberry red, going back to the reason why I talked about raspberry earlier. But that was their color. It was some sort of a raspberry jam, raspberry puree type of thing, and that worked. But it wasn't necessarily the best color for what they had. What we currently want in food is probably going to be water base, so blue, and all organic, which is really currently green. And as long as you go into these colors and you don't go into the vibrant neon thing, you are in the realm of safe. So if you had something like I don't know, let's try that. Let's try that. Um, like maybe you go into a basil leaf as a main color. It can still be bright, but you have a green that is organic and natural, and you have that, like you currently have something similar in your background, like you have some highlight spots with the yellow here and there, but not like everywhere. And you could have something similar in terms of color scheme with that basil inspired uh color scheme. I don't know. But like that's the type of thing that could work and could be good. Is that the one that you just did? I think. Um, that's wrong. That's not readable, but that's also same issues. I'm guessing it's fine if it's in dark mode. Um, see the you see the glitches on my computer. Don't worry about it. You see the border is bright black, and when I'm on hover, it's a very subtle gray. That subtle gray is basically what you want to have on a default basis, not the black. The black is too strong. That's what I say. But yeah, that subtle gray is what you want to have. It makes a lot more sense. Uh, that's fine, I guess. I don't really understand what I can do on there. I know that it's pending, but yeah. Um, that's also weird. uh, ah. So the thing that I'm seeing right now that is kind of weird to me is the fact that this is a saved booking. So it means that it has been validated and it has been confirmed, meaning that I have some information about the clients either from the app or from a phone call or from something else. I don't really know. They have food already where they've been ordering food. Um, and I can cancel the booking. So here I need something. I need to know if this thing has been uh, done in the kitchen or not. And if it's like pre-order food, that feels so weird. But I mean, it might be a cultural difference here. I would not pre-order on my booking. Like I wouldn't say, "Hey, we're gonna be five. There will be two pizza of this kind and two pasta of this side, and then there will be one person that is doing this one instead. We are coming in at 19:30, and we are expecting the food to be ready basically at 31. Um, but if that's how it works for you, then great. But yeah, no, I don't know. For me, specifically when discovering a new restaurant and going there, I'm gonna take my time on the menu and understand what they have and ask questions and discuss with the rest of the people that are going there to define if, I want to change my selections and so on. But eh, if that's the case for you, then that's good. Again, so going back to what I said nothing. This is fine. If it's like pre-order food, then that's good. Um, After that, the rest is fine. The payments being able to go up is a bit of a weird system. I don't know exactly why that's the case, but why not? There, you also have somehow a split between A and B. This is really good. This is a very good feature for if you need to split the bill. Um, but that basically implies that uh, you kind of need to save who ordered what in the in the restaurants and in the pre-order type of thing. So maybe that's something that the app could do. I don't know. Um, but it's interesting nonetheless. And like right now, from what I'm seeing, you have six people right here, and four of them have done this, and two of them have done that. So six people in total, but the split is only between two. So I don't know if that's you know, um, if that's the amount. Like, is the split between six people and therefore it's like just split in six, or is it a split between what people have eaten and therefore it's a bit of a different type of split? We've done that in the stream before. We've made a bill splitter in Claude in like 20 minutes, and that's basically some of the thing that needs to be in there. But this is a very good thing. And then what happened? I'm not going to click on it, but what happened if I click on cancel booking in your eyes? Like, is it something that is just instantly canceling the booking based on the subline and then marking that potential client as a potential ditch, like people that are not coming in? And therefore, if they register for pending booking in the past, it's gonna just highlight it as oh, be careful, this one has canceled on you twice already, or some type of things because of the memory that you have in there. Or is it just like, well, they couldn't, so cancel. Um, and if that's the case, if you have memories of what happens in the reason of the cancellation, then maybe you need something in there that says, what's the reason? Is it the canceling because they couldn't make it, or they had something happen and they called you and they say, well, we can't make it. I'm sorry about that. We are coming back tomorrow though, so keep an eye out on our booking for tomorrow. Like that might happen. Or is it something like, uh, well, we can't make it. Bye. And therefore you don't know it's just a ditch, and therefore it is like it is a negative experience from your end. and therefore you mark it as ditch. So that might be something that you want to have in the cancellation system. Um, yeah. So I'm gonna say something now, and then I'm gonna need to go because headphones are gonna die. Um, the the main issue with what you just said right here, um, you can talk and it would do it. So voice control is really good. Um, but sometimes pressing two buttons is faster than saying something. So if you're here and you're like cancel reason done, it's just like it's just a muscle memory at some point for the staff. It's much better than if you are in the need or in the need of typing or anything else, but if you are speaking out loud to the tablet to say, oh yeah, that couple has cancelled, but you are in the middle of the restaurants and there is guests around, like it makes no sense. So three taps, just cancel, reason, done. It's faster, it's quieter, it doesn't bother anyone, and based on the fact that you have hospitality in the name of the app and so on, uh, yeah, that type of thing is kind of weird. Um, but hospitality is also knowing when and how to not be in the way and not stand out or make the rest of the staff stand out. The meal is the main course, basically, is the main attraction of where you are and where you go. So that's is a thing that I'm like, sometimes it's easier. Also, I'm looking at this without the glasses because the glasses are bringing in a lot of yellow. It's a lot more blue than I expected, which is fine. It doesn't really change anything. But yeah, other than that, color scheme in light mode is good. Color scheme in dark mode is a bit strong. As you can probably see, I didn't see um, a single orange thing on that pending in light mode compared to here. Like this is important. Like then, okay, I need to I need to take a look at this thing. It makes sense. I need to take a look at this thing as well. It makes sense. But right there, this is just another thing. If I don't see that pending booking, I would not pay attention. So small details, small things. It doesn't really matter, but it's like it's important.
Bad.
Cadex, welcome in. How are you? How's your day going? You arrive at the end again. um, other than that, it's fine. It's okay. It's big enough for my understanding of um tablet stuff. Again, it's the main goal. So when we look at Ladisha where we were a second ago, you can also see how fat the thing is. Like the tables, I'm guessing that this whole card is um it's a big button, right? It's just you tap on that, you tap on whatever they orders, it gives them the receipts. And then if you tap on it, you probably have the details of what they have ordered and so on, like the same thing that you have. But it's massive. Like the buttons on the side are massive. These things are like, I mean, if that is 56, this is like an 80 by 80, so 100 by 100-ish button right there on the side, just so that you don't miss it. You don't mess it up. Same thing there. Like there is these buttons are big. So that's the type of thing that I'm like, you need to think about it because it is the tablet that's going to be used on the kiosk that is in the entrance or when the people are paying. And it's just like it needs to be massive, understood, easy to use, and simple for the staff, for you, and so on. So it's making a lot of sense to me, at least. You know, it's some of the inspiration that you may have that I would have gone with for sure is kids stuff, like kids app, because they need like massive thing, massive buttons. Same concept here. Um, so that's the idea. Nonetheless, it's fine. It's working. It does the job. I still think that the color scheme is not adapted, will not be adapted. Um, and the landing page is great from a me perspective, from a potential client perspective. Maybe not. Other than that, we're good. Other than that, we're good. It's like again, um, the you know what? Oh my God, I can't type. Do we have Watchdogs? The first of its name. You see this? That's the vibe that it gives me. Like that's what I see with your interface. Um, Specifically with the pop-up drop-off that like here, like these things are just standing up. I know exactly where it is. When you are hacking something from far away in Watch Dogs, you have these things. When you stay on someone for long enough, you have the highlight information that just slides in. So that's basically what it gives me because Watchdog has that kind of pop-up vibe specifically within um, the hacking within walls, which is when you are outside of a building and you are hacking something inside. And then Cyberpunk is also um, giving us something similar in the hacking again, um, where we have shit like, I don't know if we have it here. I doubt it. I doubt it. Um, when you're doing an action from outside of a building to the inside, like hacking a door and so on, you will see these teeny tiny thing, like kind of this. It's just sliding in or sliding out. So, you know, it's the yellow is the cyberpunk yellow, kinda, and the effect is kinda the the watchdogs slash cyberpunk slash other things effect. So yeah. Um yeah, I get it. I mean you if you have something like Mapbox as a base for your map and you create the magnificent dark mode maps that they have, yeah, I get it. But yeah, but it's good. I think the concept is good, the product is good, the idea is good, the target audience business direction is debatable from my point of view. The audio things, I wouldn't do that this way, but whatever. And then, um, it's a potential thing. It's a potential thing that could work. I would just go into a light mode first, non non-yellow first, and then later on change the branding to something that is more aligned with you, because you need adoption first and clients first, and potentially have themability things later, and provide like a your themes or the restaurant themes so that it adapts to the restaurant colors, so it's like branded. Like that type of shit makes sense. Um, but yeah. Um, other than that, yeah. You're welcome. That's why I'm here. That is why I'm here. You have a full review. If I wanted to, if I was a good YouTuber, which is not the case, I would take this stream and I would chop it up into a 20 minutes video of me reviewing your app, your website, and your things. And I tried doing that in the past, and it pisses me off every time. I just, I mean, it would help so many people. I just don't have the brain power nor the willpower to do so. One day, this VOD is going to be marked as a full review, and then one day we'll hire someone that does video editing, and it will be good. The thing, and again, the thing that I just said, it helps you a lot, which is the main point, but it also helps anyone that has similar values, um, similar things that are just like, I was doing something that is in the similar taste or in the similar style, and what I'm doing is tech related, gaming related, therefore it validates my opinion on the direction in which I went. Or they were doing something else and they were trying to get, like, I don't know, buttons that are supposed to be on phones and making them as clickable as they are on desktop, so like 24 by 24. But on mobile and touch targets, you need to make them so much bigger that, you need to think about that, and that triggers something in these people that are watching at the same time. That, oh yeah, we need to change this to be like more accessible just because. So yeah, I do have my own website, but it's not. I don't like it. I need to change the design of my own website. If I'm being honest, I mean, technically, I need to change the content of my website. That's all I need. But I'm just lazy. At some point, I will. I will. Stony, I don't know if I agree with that statement. I don't know if I agree with that statement. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. I don't know. I understand though. Um, it is a me problem. Hereford be live. Hereford is live. Hereford on Wednesday, and you know, and Clarkio on Fridays. That's what we do. That's what we do. It makes sense. It makes sense. Goddamn. Let me send you there. As always, thanks all for being here. Highly appreciated. If you're here and you haven't followed the channel yet, please do so. So that you come back next time, which next time will be on Friday. If you have a question and not live, as always, join the Discord, as there in the design help. It's going to be pretty useful. If you have a big ass perfume collection like myself, use this. If you have a big ass if you have a big ass link collection, like a link tree and things, use that instead. It's cheaper, as in it's kind of free. And then if you are currently learning Japanese, use this. It's going to be okay. It's going to be okay. We're currently working on this thing. If you want to buy it before the price goes from $80 to 140, do that now. And it will release very soon. So, the usual. Anyways, I should be back on Friday at 1:30 p.m. Paris time, and it should be good. It should be good. Thindle one. That is crazy. That is crazy. Anyways, take care of yourself. Eat something, drink something, be kind to each other. Enjoy the game dev on Thoughts, and I see you all on Friday. Bye.